So what is Bushido Blade?
Not everyone can be a samurai warrior. Not everyone can live by the power of the sword. Not everyone can die with honor. I, for example, make kazoos.
Attention, bloodthirsty consumers. Are you sick of these fighting games where you're fighting with weapons like blades and spears, but you might as well be fighting with bread and pillows with how much damage they're doing? Do you wanna see some bloodshed? Well, Squaresoft and the PS1 have the perfect game for you. Bushido Blade was released in 1996 on the PlayStation Uno. A one-on-one weapon-based fighting game, this game was released in the same era as Soul Edge and the Tekken series, but isn't as acclaimed, to which I think is a generational shame. While most other fighting games nerfed the effectiveness of weapons in regards to balancing out the fighting system, Bushido Blade calls the rest of them sweet and make weapons behave realistically, which means fights can be ended in literally one strike. Yes, I'm being dead serious. None of that sword being as dull as a bread knife. You hit your opponent with a good place hard shot, they are as dead as the ozone layer. There are no health meters, no time meters, no kind of HUD whatsoever, just a couple of well-placed swings and death. The abruptness of this makes every fight super tense, as one mistake can lead you to your end. No takebacks. Not just that, but any non-lethal shot affects both your and your opponent's ability to fight. You can injure an opponent's arm and make them fight one-handed. You can take out a leg and limit their ability to dodge or even run away. You can even take out both legs and watch them roll on the ground like an idiot. Then stab them in the forehead to end their suffering. This quick pace of battles requires both patience and precision. Hence, the code of the Bushido. Bushido Blade is more than its quick-ending nature, however. Like most of the fighting games of that era, it's a 3D style fighter, with the fighters given free reign to run around the arena and interact with the environment. You are automatically facing your opponent at the start, with each button controlling a strike target. You can strike toward the head, the upper body area, or lower body or legs, which, depending on your opponent's actions, can result in damage to a limb or a lethal shot if you hit the right area. Some characters also have special projectiles that they can throw, which are never lethal, but can definitely lead to some shish kebabbing. You can also change between 3 stances, which changes up the direction of your attacks, and the different combos you can pull off, just in case your opponent has gotten used to your usual attacks. And just in case you don't want to engage with your opponent, just by holding the L button, you can just run away. With this feature, you can literally run away from your opponent all throughout the 3D environment, running through bamboo, climbing up hills and down cliffs, and pissing off your opponent to the max. Your opponent can also do this, so some games might degenerate to a Benny Hill chase sequence. The body damage system and maneuverability combine to make up this game's crowning jewel and most outstanding features. It made all fights super stressful, especially when fighting multiplayer. This doesn't mean that this doesn't have its drawbacks, as with fights ending in an instant, there is a high degree of bullshit involved with fighting. Weapons are of course restricted by the environment, so if you are close to a wall or any other solid object, you can continuously hit it off to back to back, which your opponent can take advantage of by cutting your nipples off. You can guard, but your opponent can get past you with a lucky shot because defending is clunky. You can disable both your opponent's legs and their other arm and have them at the brink of death, and then they can get that one lucky shot in and kill you, which is likely to cause an actual deathmatch in real life. Outside of combat, this game has a standard story mode, versus mode, / which is their survival mode, a POV mode, a theater to watch all the endings you unlocked, and your standard options. You have your pick of 6 characters, all random assassins from the same shadowy clan. The story is essentially the character you pick is a deserter to the clan, and everyone else is sent by the corrupted leader to kill your ass. Now, there isn't much difference between each character besides slight speed, strength, and special move differences, But instead, before you fight, you get your choice of weapon. 8 weapons in fact, which change up your different stances, attacks, and combos. In a sense of functionalities, the weapons are the choosable characters, while the characters themselves are more aesthetic. Though some characters specialize with certain weapons more than others. The weapons themselves range from different types of swords, a naginata, and even a fucking sledgehammer. Each weapon has a different score ranking in the categories of speed, strength, and reach that affect the fighting style of each user. For example, you can expect the sledgehammer to be powerful with a good reach, but really slow in practice. So while trying to hit opponents might be a challenge, one hit may be all you need to put them down. So yeah, story mode. It's your standard fight with an opponent back to back till you make it to the sub-bosses and the final boss. The combatants may talk to you at the beginning with a courtesy bow, which you can definitely interrupt for an easy kill, and you might get a few words afterwards if they aren't dead yet. But otherwise, it's pretty bare bones. You just keep fighting till a wall of text about dishonor, and now you're back at the menu? The fuck? That's anticlimactic. Did I do something wrong? Well, yes, actually I did. In the story mode, you must honor the Bushido code, which means no bringing dishonor to your family with your actions. So no pre-fight stabbing, no slashing to the back, no throwing sand on the ground and such, or else the game will literally cock-block you on the ending. If you act honorably, besides the other 5 characters, you also face 3 sub-bosses and the final boss, Anzuki, head of your clan. Beat him, and you unlock your character's ending. Each character actually has 2 endings, but the second is locked behind the first, which, in order to do so, you must unlock the first and do a convoluted suit of actions that I just don't have the energy for. The only other things to do are slash mode, which is what I'd like to call your basic survival mode. In this crowded castle, you must fight your way through 100 enemies, with a checkpoint at each 10th integral. This is difficult, but not impossible, as each opponent has a strict strategy you can take advantage of. Then there is POV mode, which is for your motion sickness nightmare. Bushido Blade is a super enjoyable and super competitive fighter, lost to history, that, yeah, has its drawbacks, and maybe won't show up on the Evo stage anytime soon. But I argue that remastering this for current consoles will be a good reminder of how even flawed games can be super fun. The strategic yet quick gameplay lends itself for couch co-op fun nights, even if they might turn violent near the end. And hey, completing the slash mode actually unlocks a 7th character, one of the sub-bosses who instead of choosing a weapon, comes fighting with a fucking gun! This game gets 3 swords out of 5.
やすやすこれで終わるわけがない。どういうことだ、半崎。
So what is Mischief Makers?
Hey man, how's it going?
Not bad, not bad. No more cowboy ghosts, right? You gotta understand something. I ride the Clancers. I have the answers. I play Greek dodgeball with a Persian kitty. Just me, Marina Light Years, and a lot of shaking. Oh, sure, those bees need their honey, but I need gold gems. The professor cannot wait forever. The evil empire will not allow it. So, where are you going?
Here's mine. New Mischief Makers, only on Nintendo 64. It's a
In the 5th generation of consoles, 2D platformers went out the window like a bad smell. If it wasn't 3D like Super Mario 64, the games didn't even get a proper look it deserved, and while you still had some good ones, have you ever played a game called Mischief Makers? Mischief Makers was released in 1997 on a Nintendo 64 by Treasure. This was their first release on a Nintendo console, with even Nintendo publishing it in North America and Europe, while in Japan, it was published by Enix. Out of the multitude of 3D platformers released for the console, this was the rare 2D platformer. Well, sorta. The characters and backgrounds were rendered in 3D, but the gameplay and physics operated in a 2D space, sort of like Donkey Kong Country on the Super Nintendo, but even better. This sort of visual style has been given a name 2.5D, and is still pretty popular nowadays in modern indie games and reboots. So while you might see these beautiful sprites for characters and platformers, intermittently you'll see some, let's say, some varying qualities of 3D rendered environments and objects. Speaking of characters, you are Marina Light Years, or more precisely, Ultra Intergalactic Cybot G Marina Light Years, an android created by the smart and pretty pervy Professor Theo as a maid, protector, and professional shaker.
Shake, shake!
Both of them are traveling across the galaxy and find their way to Planet Clancer, which, what the fuck is that? What is that? Why is this depressed face everywhere? The houses, the people, the fucking environment. What the fuck is happening here? Anyway, they land and the professor is Princess Peached by a criminal group of depressed Hitmonlees, so it's up to Marina to venture out and continuously save her inept creator. You control Marina across 5 worlds with 12 levels each, walking from left to right, talking to locals, attacking enemies, and in the meantime, shaking everything.
Shake, shake!
No, I'm not joking. Marina's primary way of attacking is grabbing enemies and objects and throwing them either against the wall, ground, or maybe just up in the air for some fun. All of the weapons in the game can be grabbed and thrown, such as shuriken, boomerangs, bombs, and even guns. When you aren't throwing enemies, you're shaking them.
Shake, shake!
Shaking certain things may cause certain things to do something else, such as make a missile grow bigger, maybe turning a pea shooter into a spread shotgun, or maybe accelerating the countdown of a bomb. Mostly though, you'll be shaking down the inhabitants of the planet for any colored jewels they may have, with red jewels being used for payment for continues when you exhaust all your life and die, and hints given by this weird pink Clancer ball with a bow. Blue and green gems are used for little and a lot health regeneration respectively, and a special gold gem can only be found once in each level. These gems can also just be found in the level just out in the open, so why are you robbing these people? I don't know, but stealing is badass. Anyway, besides grabbing and shaking, Marina can also jet boost, which can be done in 4 directions for either faster propelling or give yourself a little extra boost to your jumps, which will help you with some of the massive jumps to platforms. Marina can also slide jump and roll for various purposes, and basically, that's all you get. Each level, Marina is dropped in an environment and either told to explore for herself or fulfill a certain objective at the start. These objectives can be to either find a certain object or person, navigate a maze, or even the Olympics.
Disqualified!
You can take a ride on a platform continuously sinking in lava, or navigate these 3D style vertical platform levels that maybe won't make you motion sick. You just know at the end of the level you'll be looking for this green star, which will end the level, but not before judging you with a score. Usually very poorly. Intermittently throughout these levels are boss fights, either against these random sad-faced monsters, or the flamboyant commanders of the Empire, the Beast Sector, who are basically if the Power Rangers were combined with the Star Fox team. Each mid-world boss fight follows a pattern of grabbing the boss while they are vulnerable, neither throwing them or shaking them. You can grab any projectile that comes towards you to parry it, so it's all a matter of finding out what works. You fight each member of the B Sector twice, with the second time against them and their fucking Transformerzoids. These boss fights are the most intense, as it has kick-ass music, multiple phases, and you get put in some absurd situations. Like here's Marina riding a fucking cat running away from a wolfman, shooting you on a mecha bike that turns into a mechanical wolf. Do you not see how great this is? This game does have some limitations, however. The controls can be awkward, especially using the boost when you need to go fast, as you can either use the C buttons or the control pad, but the pad is objectively faster even though using the C buttons are a lot more convenient to the hands. Some of the levels aren't great, just being quick run to the right and exit when you see the green star, and with the game being relatively short and easy anyway, you can feel where some laziness came in. Speaking of easy, most of the boss fights outside of the B Sector are piss easy, with dirty spamming slamming being the simplest solution to most of them. Yay! Either way, playing through this game is highly recommended, as it is fun despite how short some of the levels can be. The visuals look great, and the music is outstanding, even if it does repeat quite often. Nowadays, this game is regarded more as a classic, to which I agree, so if you get the chance to, highly recommend giving this a try. This game gets 3 Robo Furries out of 5. So what is the Gizmondo?
This is the story of the bumblebee. Its wings are too small and its body too big. According to all principles, it's too heavy for its wings. It just can't fly. But no one has told this to the bumblebee. So it flies and flies. He doesn't care much about principles, do you?
Mobile console systems are a relative thing of the past in today's age, with every man, dog, and hairless pygmy having a high-powered computer in their pockets nowadays at the ready. The king of the mobile console market, Nintendo, still has stock in that market with the Switch, but they were smart to combine their mobile empire with their wayward modern consoles to make something still innovative in this new age. But years ago, every company wanted to throw their hat in the mobile ring to challenge Emperor Nintendo. And with that stage set, let's take a trip back to 2005 to learn of a story of a lesser known mobile console with drama and backstory pouring out of every orifice. First of all, what in the everlasting fuckcakes is a Gizmondo? Well, it's a mobile console designed by company Tiger Telematics, released in 2005. Second of all, what in the absolute hell were they thinking? Nintendo basically had the mobile systems market under their thumb. Sega and eventually Sony couldn't withstand the might of Mario. What makes you think you of all companies could stand out? And no, Tiger Telematics is not Tiger Electronics, maker of such fine gems as the Tiger handhelds and the R-Zone, which is a story within itself. Tiger Telematics was a Swedish electronics company founded in the year 2000 as Eagle Eye Scandinavian, a small distribution business. Its founder was Carl Freer, a Swedish businessman and entrepreneur. The company did nothing of big importance until it merged with Flora Decor, a carpet retailer based in Jacksonville, Florida, for whatever reason. And with their powers combined, they made Tiger Telematics, the up-and-coming gaming developer headed by Freer and his new business partner, Stefan Eriksson, to take on the big boys of Sony and Nintendo in the UK gaming market. And take them on, they certainly did! The Gizmondo began life known as the Game Track. First unveiled on their website around October 2003, it was initially conceived as a mobile competitor to the other portable consoles of the day. The Game Boy Advance? Yeah, but that's small time. What they really had to worry about is the big bad daddy N-Gage. That part cell phone and part taco had Tiger Telematics shooketh. They have video games and other things? Fuck it. Our console has so much more. 320 by 240 pixel resolution, 128 megabytes of RAM, running on a Windows operating system, a speaker, a Bluetooth, SD card compatibility, a camera, GPS, all of it. All of it! On paper, that sounds like an impressive piece of technology, especially for the age it was released. The Game Track was shown off as a concept at Las Vegas CES in January 2004, and at the German CE Bit show in March 2004, during which I assume the name Game Track got laughed out of both buildings, cause soon afterward, the console was officially renamed the Gizmondo, mostly because the doohickey name was taken. With all this stuff crammed in, the console had to be expensive, right? Well, that was another advancement of this new handheld. You could either pay $400 full price for your standard Gizmondo, or you could pay $229 for the Gizmondo, but you get smart ads, interrupting your gameplay every now and again like you're in the middle of a YouTube video. I mean, that's worth it, right? Right? Tiger Telematics went all in on advertisement for the Gizmondo. So much money was spent on parties and drinks and more parties. One particular party, in fact, had a gluttony of celebrity guests to promote the Gizmondo, including Busta Rhymes, Pharrell, Sting, and most importantly, Tom Green.
Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausages? Daddy, would you like some sausage? Sausages, sausages.
They even had more celebrities and magazine adverts promoting the thing, including such standouts like British Formula One driver Jenson Button. Well, hold on to that excitement, cause executive Stefan Eriksson also worked on promoting by participating in the 24 Hours of Le Mans race in a sponsored Ferrari, which promptly shit itself at the start line and didn't even make it into the race. But, you know what? Screw advertisement. The console is the most powerful. We don't even really need it. It'll sell like hotcakes, you see. The Gizmondo finally made its appearance first in the UK on March 19, 2005, and to Sweden and the United States later in the year due to delays. And the gamble paid off spectacularly. The Gizmondo flew off shelves and no. No. The Gizmondo bombed spectacularly, with fewer than 25,000 units sold over its lifespan, earning it the title of one of the biggest sales failures ever released in the handheld market. But what could have happened? It had so much potential. Well, here's what happened. First of all, the retailers that housed the product were few and far between, and even then, most of them were high-end retail stores. In the US, the console wasn't even available in stores. You had to find them in mall kiosks, you know, where you typically find stolen ROM consoles. Second, before the console ever released, Tiger Telematics let slip an announcement that they had a widescreen variant of the console in development, which led some consumers to believe getting a lowly base console wouldn't be worth it in the end. Psst, hey, the widescreen version was never released. Third, do you know how many games were released for the Gizmondo? 14. Yes, only 14. Oh wait, except if you live in the US, and then you get 9 games. Don't you feel lucky, you bloody Yanks? And with such classics like FIFA Soccer 2005, Hockey Rage 2005, Richard Burns Rally, SSX3, Toy Golf, how could you not get excited? They did have a typing tutor in development though, so that would be fun, even though the handheld had no keyboard peripheral for sale whatsoever. But don't forget the breakout hit and clear best-selling game, Sticky Balls.
Sticky balls. You got blue balls, green balls, yellow and all. I'm gonna get them sticky balls.
A puzzle game mixing pool and Puyo Puyo. Fun. At this point, Tiger Telematics were hemorrhaging money. All of the wasteful spending and failing advertisements didn't help. But it also didn't help that the company sent money to companies to develop for the train wreck that conveniently got canceled, or in most cases, went out of business. That doesn't sound fishy at all. Then October 2005 rolled around, and a Swedish press paper was released, which did some digging into Tiger Telematics' finances and found some dubious behavior. For one, it was ever so quietly exposed that executive Stefan Eriksson and 2 others had previous dealings in the little-known venture capital known as the Swedish Mafia. You heard me. He had connections with the mob. And once that was known, all the dirty laundry came tumbling out. Previously 10-year prison sentences, fraud from shell developers giving money, counterfeiting, and the fact that another executive had an active warrant. With all this out in the open, and people waiting to reclaim their already stolen money, it's not surprising that multiple executives resigned from the company and board, including Eriksson and even Carl Freer himself, who had his own fraud cases looming around him. The Gizmondo ended up not lasting a full year, because after $300 million in piling up debt, Tiger Telematics declared bankruptcy, starting with his Europe branch on January 23, 2006, with the Swedish and American arms following suit. The Gizmondo was officially dead. So what happened afterwards to these crazy bunch of characters? Well, Stefan Eriksson, inspired by the destruction of his dear project, decided to go straight, get his life together, and get deported from America after crashing his Ferrari while driving intoxicated and on drugs. Whoops. Well, you can't accuse the Gizmondo of not being ambitious. So much stuff was thrown into one handheld to try and compete with the Emperor, and the only thing that happened was a glorious drug-fueled crash and burn. Do you think if the company didn't completely botch the build-up and launch of this console, it would have had a better fate in regards to sales? Well, no. No. I'm pretty sure this console was doomed to fail from the beginning. Even if the Gizmondo had competent leadership, the lack of games would probably be a death sentence around the GBA or the upcoming PSP, and nothing about the console would have saved it from its fate. Sorry to you Sticky Balls fans, but you'll never find a better meme than saying a video game console was funded by the Mafia. This console gets 1 car wreck out of 5.
Get ready on the cue, stick them balls. Look for a color and get them all. Sticking the balls is the thing that you're after. Get the wrong color and you cause a disaster. What you need to do is get a real high score. Stick them all together if you want a little more. Power up, extra shot, clustered clear. Get these things if you make me wanna cheer. Sticky balls.
So what is Clock Tower? So first off, I'm a complete baby with horror games. Not like, ooh, jump scare, I'm so terrified, hold me! More like, oh man, the door slammed behind me. I don't know what's up with that, but I'm out of here. Wait, wasn't this shelf over there before? You're trying to trick me, game, and I'm not falling for it. Ah! A game only needs to do so much, and my anxiety will take the lead and drive that shit all the way home. Resident Evil? Nah, I can handle that. Clock Tower? I will shit my pants on this microphone. Clock Tower was released in 1995 on the Super Famicom. I specify Super Famicom and not the Super Nintendo because this game was never released in the US initially, instead coming to the Western world as part of an updated port called Clock Tower: The First Fear, which was released on PlayStation, Windows, and some sort of Etch-a-Sketch in 1997. Of course, this Clock Tower is not to be confused with its similarly titled sequel, Clock Tower, released in 1996 in Japan as Clock Tower 2, but was technically the first Clock Tower released in the States. Yep, this series got Final Fantasied in the naming convention. Clock Tower is a point-and-click survival horror game in which you control Jennifer, this milquetoast girl who, along with 3 other Madeline ripoffs, are adopted by a billionaire named Simon Barrows. They are taken to his majestic, not satanic murder house by Miss Mary, the wife? Maybe? Where shit gets creepy real quick with lights suddenly turning on and off, random screaming, and maybe finding your fellow adopted sister strung up dead in the bathroom. Huh. Wonder how she got there. Oh my god! This ugly bastard is the main threat of the game, the Scissor Man, who will stalk you all across the mansion, trying to take a little too much off the top. The Scissor Man can pop out of boxes, random doors, the ceiling, all for the purpose of poking holes through Jennifer. And with that existential swarm of Damocles hanging above you, have fun exploring. The controls for this game are weird. Point-and-click games work best with the PC because of the free-moving mouse structure, and although you still control a pointer, just with a control pad, you also still control Jennifer using the shoulder buttons. This can be really awkward to use when you are trying to direct Jennifer to pick up something on the table, but instead she's running full steam ahead against a wall. And oh look, Scissor Man is here to come play too. Your first time playing this game, you'll usually fall into the similar cycle. Run around, lock door, run around, lock door, pick up item, death, lock door, death. Oh, I found a key, death. What's in the fridge? Bugs! The entire game turns into a puzzle. Explore everywhere you are available to, picking up any items you can find. Use said items to either open up new rooms or solve puzzles to gain access to something useful or plot, all the while avoiding Mr. Chop Chop. One aspect of this game is there are multiple paths to follow. Depending on your actions, you can end up doing different routes through the mansion, finding different dead orphan sisters, finding different aspects of the plot, and most importantly, different endings. There are multiple good and bad endings, and thankfully the game keeps track of the ones you achieve, so you can quick start your way into another playthrough to try and take a different course of action. This is, however, if you actually want to go through the game again. The controls can be super frustrating, especially when trying to avoid the Scissor Man. When Jennifer gets spooked, her portrait starts to change colors from blue to yellow, if tense, to red if she's having a full-blown panic attack. This is essentially her composure, because if Jennifer reached panic mode, yes, she'll finally move faster, but now she'll bust her ass if you run too much, and if she gets confronted by the Scissor Man, or any other horror from the mansion, including herself in the mirror for some reason, you'll have to mash the panic button to either get away or end up reaching a dead end. What amount of panic button hitting needed is kind of subjective. Just know when that portrait gets to flashing, pummel it for your life. The story ends up all over the place too. Not to spoil the entire thing, but you'll probably need a wiki after you beat the game to understand what you just played. However, if you don't mind some clunkiness and enjoy a tense-filled experience, I advise giving this game a try. And after finally beating this, I feel like I can finally move on from this childhood fear of mine. I should be good and... This game gets 3 scissors out of 5. Whee! Whee! Leave me alone, Chad. I'm having fun. So what is
Batman.
the video game?
It's here. Batman, the video game. From Sunsoft. For the Nintendo Entertainment System. Let the battle begin.
Batman is the cash cow that keeps on giving. You slap Batman on your property, and more than likely, you're going to see a profit. That's a difference from the rest of the DC right now, which is a complete dumpster fire. Toys, movies, embarrassing clothes, all with Batman's mawky face on it. This game isn't the first, but damn if it isn't one of the best games featuring the Caped Crusader. Batman the video game was released in 1989 by Sunsoft and released further on the Game Boy, Sega Genesis, and PC Engine. This game was loosely based upon the 1989 movie of the same name, keeping the overarching plot of Joker doing something stupid and Batman chasing after him like James Gunn in the DC fanbase, but adding in regular enemies and other things to not make the game super boring. You control Robert Pattinson as he makes his way through 5 different levels, each with 3 to 4 sections of platforming, dudes, and environmental hazards. Holy shit! You walk around punching like only Batman does, and actually platform Ninja Gaiden style by hanging on the walls and jumping on the platforms. Unlike Ninja Gaiden, Batman's platforming is a little tighter, and he won't snap into walls that come into his immediate vicinity, so it feels a lot more controlled, though you can't scale walls like Ryu Hayabusa. This still won't stop Michael Keaton from accidentally jumping off platforms frequently, though there's a lot less instant death pits in this game. George Clooney isn't alone with the fist, however. On top of enemies dropping Bussy emblems, which will give you points, they also drop ammo for Val Kilmer's weapons, which includes the Batarang, Bat Disc, and the Batpoon, which totally doesn't kill anyone cause non-lethal pellets, see? Each weapon shoots in its own arc and has differing range, all of which cost different amounts of ammo. The enemies themselves aren't too challenging, either being gormless goons who just run forward or specifically position themselves to be at the edge of the platform you are just trying to jump to. Something I found out while doing this video is that most of these regular enemies are actual Ben Affleck villains just copy-pasted, such as Deadshot, Heatwave, KG Beast, and a few more. Not bosses, whose lineups include Killer Moth, Firebug, and Joker himself, but just regular enemies. Guess you can tell where they ended up on the totem pole. Anyway, something that I haven't mentioned yet is that this game is actually really hard. You have a life bar that can be depleted quickly due to both enemies and hazards, and the game is a little stingy with the life pickups. You are given 2 lives and then game over, though the game starts you off at the last non-boss section, so you aren't given too much of a penalty. This will motivate you to pick yourself back up and get smeared by the next cheap enemy or boss coming your way, not to mention some of the hazards that actually feel cheaply unavoidable. Similar to Ninja Gaiden, this builds up to a pitch with the later bosses, some which will cause you to pull your hair out. But besides this, the game is actually damn good, especially in an age where movie games weren't expected to be more than cheap shovelware. The graphics are actually really nice for the platform, the cutscenes are damn polished, and if you don't enjoy this absolute banger of a soundtrack, Kevin Conroy will haunt your nightmares, may he rest in peace. A damn fine addition to anyone's NES library. This game gets 4 Batmans out of 5. Can you drop a heart for me, please? I don't want to do this anymore. Do this again. Yes, thank you. Answer my prayers. No, don't go away. No! Come on. So what is Ninja Gaiden?
Like a ghost in the moonlight, the ninja warrior stalks his prey. Unseen, unheard, and unnoticed. Mission accomplished. The final battle begins. Ninja Gaiden for Nintendo from Tecmo. Coming soon.
NES hard was an entirely different type of hard. Games this time weren't overly long due to technology and standard, which was different from the coin feeding model of the arcade. So most of the time, developers just made the games balls hard to compensate. Back then, this was absolute brutality, but most of them are looked upon fondly now and receive lots of sequels because apparently most of our shared childhood experiences include Stockholm Syndrome. But did you know, not everything hard is also good. Just look at Bayou Billy. Some hard games are tolerable because the experience is worth the pain and overall it isn't overly cruel. Some games, however, just make your experience absolutely miserable with the difficulty, which can be due to many factors. This next game might ruin your childhood, so if you are easily squeamish, you might want to look away now. Please don't, I'll appreciate the views. Ninja Gaiden was released in 1988 on both the NES and arcades, though each game differs on gameplay style. The arcade version was more of a classic beat-em-up. Meanwhile, the more notable NES version, the subject of this waste of time video, is an action platformer. This is also not to be confused with Ninja Gaiden game on the original Xbox, called Ninja Gaiden. Yep, Tecmo was so creative. You are Ryu Hayabusa, a junior ninja who starts out the game trying to find out what happened to his father, who suffers from a bit of a dead at the hands of another ninja in the opening cutscene. This plot evolves into government conspiracies, secret organizations, mythical possession, falling in love with strangers, and whatever the hell this is. You control Ryu across 6 worlds, running from one side of the screen to the other, slashing enemies with your sword, and trying not to fall in pits. Now at first glance, you might be thinking, hey, this kinda looks like Castlevania. Well, you'll be making a case for Konami to swing the lawsuit hammer. But Ninja Gaiden is different, see? The pace of the game is much faster. You can also break these bugs for pickups that are either point related, weapons, or refills for those weapons. No comment. So yeah, if you played Castlevania, this shouldn't be too difficult to grasp. Make it to the end of the levels, conveniently broken up into sections. Kill enemies, try not to let your health bar empty out completely before you fight the boss at the end of the world. Gather sub-weapons, use said sub-weapons, and get murked by these birds that drain 3 points of health. Dear Jesus! And fall into pits again and again and again. What sets Ninja Gaiden apart, really, breaks down into 3 factors: the platforming, the in-depth story, and the difficulty. Platforming in this game is a lot more robust than Castlevania. Ryu is able to jump, but not as stiff as Simon Belmont does, which leads to a lot more acrobatic dodging and maneuverability. He is also able to hang on the walls and scale up buildings if you're skilled enough with the jumping. This lends positive to speedruns and shows a contrast to Castlevania, where you are more stiff, but are better able to defend yourself. Ryu does have a sword, but the range is small, which leads to being up close and personal to demons trying to hurt you. The sub-weapons include ninja stars and fire, which gives Ryu some space from the monstrosities. You'll end up using the sub-weapons and maneuverability to quickly make your way through levels, creating a different dynamic than Castlevania. You still fly backwards if you get hit though, so oh well. Also, you grapple to walls if you jump towards them automatically, whether you want to or not, so more often than not, you will accidentally grapple to something you didn't want to while fighting enemies. What makes the story notable isn't the actual story. I mean, ninja, demons, you can figure out the plot. What is special is the game actually has cutscenes that look really nice for the age. The graphics are decent in the main game, but the cutscene pictures honestly bring a lot of life to the story. Not many NES games actually do this, so this is highly appreciated. And last off, the difficulty. This game is like discussing your feelings as a teenager. Hard as hell. Attacks knock you back super easy. Pits are everywhere. Enemies fly in these strange arcs that are hard to hit. It's just all bad. These fucking birds are the bane of players' existence. Like, go the fuck away. Go away. Go away! You only get a certain amount of lives, and when they are gone, it's game over, and you have to start over in the beginning of the section you're in. Which is really annoying, but not the end of the world. The bosses can be a little difficult as well, but repeatedly throwing yourself at them till you get their pattern will solve your problem soon enough. That is, until you get the 5-4. This guy is extremely difficult to kill due to this homing attack coming right for you, and once you die, you get sent back to 5-3 even if you have lives left, which is fucking annoying. Why won't it let you continue with the boss? Up to this point, the difficulty was high but not maddening, but this is truly infuriating. You only get one shot at the boss, and with his attack pattern, it's hard to even try to nail it down before he mauls you to death. But if you wish upon a star and act good throughout the year like a good little boy or girl, you'll luckily beat him. At which you learn that he was the guy who killed Ryu's father. Oh wait, now he didn't kill him and your father is alive. Alright, now you're at stage 6-1 and holy shit, the bullshit dial has been turned to 11. Enemies are everywhere and will not hesitate to shoot or otherwise drain your health. And even if they won't do it, the pits will. Even worse, some of the enemies are positioned in a way which will interfere with platforming. And again, the walls are positioned in such a way that even when you don't want to cling on to them, you will accidentally all the fucking time. So you make it to the final boss eventually. And oh no, it's your possessed dad, I think. You get your health restored, and you try to free him from the control of this evil god, gangster, whatever, and shit. I died. Where does that put me? Nah. 6-1? You gotta be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. If you die at the final boss at any time, it doesn't put you outside the boss door. It doesn't put you back at 6-3 like the previous world did. You start all the way over at 6-1. That is complete horseshit. No, I'm mad now. All the little annoyances of this game combined in the last world that truly make finishing this game a fucking slog. So now you have to drag your ass across all the levels again, falling into pits, game over, game fucking over, till you reach the final boss again. And what the fuck is this? Why didn't it refill my health this time? Oh, you are truly playing games with me. If you die at the final boss, fuck you, I guess. No more health refills. Like, why? What the hell is your major malfunction, game? And guess what? Even if you beat your demon dad, there's still the final fight against the leader. And if you die against him, fuck you, back to 6-1. At least when you eventually get back, you don't have to fight dear old dad again, instead starting from the second boss fight phase. Still with no health regeneration, mind you, but after much persistence and still reserved, you can beat him with the sliver of health you have left. And then 6-5? Wait, we aren't done yet? Wait, what is that? What is that? I was genuinely enjoying Ninja Gaiden until the last couple of levels. Such bullshit combined with the controls and maddening decisions actively spoiled how I felt about the game. The ending is what you expect anyway. Listen to me. Play the game, and when you reach your wall, stop, get up, turn the game off, and walk away. You'll look so much more fondly on the game then. You'll think of the nice graphics, music, and quicker gameplay as opposed to thinking of when the game kicked you in the balls with a steel-toe boot. This game gets 3 monstrosities out of 5. Watch out! No, father! Ryu, you've got to get them for me. Father! So what is The Lion King?
Bruh.
Trauma. Trauma is a delicate and tragic thing. Something that happened maybe years in the past, still affecting you in unintended ways. Constant reminder of the pain that you experienced at that moment and something that shapes you for the future. But it still haunts you. The memories of pain, the shadows of what once happened still surround you as you are again told you aren't free just yet. Your demons are still here, watching, biding its time, as you pray to any god you believe in for some measure of peace, freedom, and tranquility. The Lion King was released in 1994, the same year as the movie release on the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Amiga, and further ported to more systems in the future, including being the last licensed game released on the NES. In the world of movie-based licensed games, This game is notable for a little known reason. It's as hard as self-performed surgery. And anyone who's played this back in the day will attest, this game will absolutely crush your spirit. How? Well, get seated. Let me tell you something, young man. The Lion King is a platformer, with you controlling little Simba as he makes his way through the plot of the film level by level. You can jump, which is your primary method of attacking these lizards and bugs, or you can roar. Or meow, actually, which stuns enemies, which is supposed to stun enemies. It's supposed to be more effective the more this roar bar is filled, but honestly, you never really need it, except for one instance. And that's all you need and all you get. Jump through levels, collect bugs, try not to let your health empty out, you're in the clear. Well, for the first level. The second level has no enemies, it's all platforming. And it's the nightmare of any kid who had this game growing up. The second level of this game is a notorious roadblock. Most kids don't even know anything past this level. It's so notoriously hard. It's not even because of enemies, because again, there are no enemies. This level consists of platforming and swinging across animals, which wouldn't be too bad, if not because the collision detection is absolutely awful, and more than often, you'll fall into the instant death water. But once you get past that, you end up next to random hippos and monkeys. The hippos and monkeys are actually a pretty simple puzzle that you can adjust by screaming at the monkeys. But that isn't even the worst part. No, you get to also ride an ostrich. And when you ride such ostriches, you have to avoid baby hippos and birds' nests, which I don't know if you can tell, but they are extremely hard to see with this color palette. The first time you go through this section, you get indicators which tell you what to do. But after that, you're on your own, bub. So many lives have been lost in this hellscape. May they rest in peace. Past this level, you go through stages representing movie scenes where you jump on hyenas and other enemies and try not to fall through the platforms themselves. At this point, your lives and continues are probably already spent, so getting all the bugs in the level to trigger a bonus game is essential for continuing on to see the later half of the game. Speaking of, you actually grow into adult Simba after you finish murdering your dad and running away from the scene of the crime. Besides actually having a respectable roar finally, you actually get a melee move. Simba can knock the shit out of enemies with his bare paws, useful for hyenas and sneaky leopards. Other than that, you go through the final stages, usually dying to environmental hazards like lava or rolling boulders until you make it to Scar, at which you let your fist do the talking. To finish him off, you must toss him off Pride Rock, just like the movie. But good luck remembering you actually have a throw command, since you never really use it in the game. The Lion King is a competently put together game, but holy shit, why would they do this to kids? Most children can't even walk in a straight line without peeing themselves. How did you think they were gonna make it through this without bursting into tears? I didn't even beat it for the first time till I was 29 damn years old. That's an injustice that this game can't even hope to atone for, despite having good MIDI music that you will probably still hum to like you're watching the entire movie again. This game gets 2 dead Simbas out of 5. So what is The Legend of Zelda No Sword Challenge?
Gee, it sure is boring around here.
My boy, this piece is what all true warriors strive for.
I just wonder what Ganon's up to.
Your Majesty, Ganon and his minions have seized the island of Koridai.
How can we help?
It is written, only Link can defeat Ganon.
Great, I'll grab my stuff.
There is no time. Squadala, we are off.
Adding challenges to classic games breathes new life in some of these cold french fries. Something to change up the classic grind of a game always makes for an interesting experience. Hell, game hacks have existed since regular people could afford computers. Most hacks and challenges usually give the player more freedom than before, in particular removing boundaries and limitations to let the player go wild. Some hacks and challenges add in self-imposed roadblocks just to give you an additional sense of challenges, and also extra necessary hernias to boot. extra hard enemies, difficult puzzles, all the like. But what happens when your main tool of defending yourself is taken away? The Legend of Zelda is one of the classic Big Three franchises from Nintendo. The adventures of Zelda running around, gathering items, clearing dungeons, and saving Princess Link have been happening ever since the original Legend of Zelda was released in 1986 on the NES. The original is standard for a grid-based adventure game. Gather items all around the map using your sword to kill any enemies you come across. Enter these tunnels and buy things from the shops to help progress the game. Find and complete hidden dungeons. Embrace your inner pyro by setting the entire forest on fire to find hidden passages. Get hidden monies, destroy this man's house and have to pay for the damages. And in the end, fight Ganon the pig and save the princess. All simple enough, right? Even in the base game, there exists an adjusted game called Second Quest, which swaps all the location of things and dungeon layouts, which changes the way you play the game. There exists hundreds of hacks that I can't even get all into. Basically, any way you want to play The Legend of Zelda, you can play it with some searching. So how about playing the game without your main weapon? So in The Legend of Zelda, you start out and immediately placed in front of a cave. In this cave, you find a meme that gives you a sword. This sword is your primary weapon in the game that you use to defend yourself. But what happens if you don't grab it? Then the game at its core is eternally different. For one, how do you get anything? You can't kill enemies with your bare hands. Well, better yet, where do you get any money? No enemies means no drops, which means no rupees, which means no shops, which again means no way to defend yourself. All you can do is run around and avoid enemies and their projectiles. So how to even start this challenge? Well, there's a couple ways, but the best way is going to your local gamble house in the top right-hand corner of the map and taking advantage of a fake wall, which leads to this dungeon, which hides a hidden moblin with a gift of 100 rupees. Now, while you probably want to waste that money at the casino, I highly recommend you start off with a blue candle. It's a permanent menu item that you won't lose at death, and it's an attack. A really shitty attack that you can only do once per screen, but an attack nonetheless. Also with this, you can now burn bushes, so hopefully you know all the location of the generous moblins with money and heart containers. From here, you try to complete the game as normal. You just might have to stock up more on bombs more often. A few wrinkles though. Money becomes essential, as you'll probably need to get the permanent items like the blue ring and the big shield as soon as possible, and be able to restock on bombs as well. The best way to earn money? Well, you can glitch the money-making game, but that's no fun. Just rough it out on the overworld forehead with the candle like a real hero. But if you want to find an actually good grinding zone, go to Dungeon 2. You know, the one with the snakes. If they see you in a direct line of sight, they will immediately stop what they're doing and charge at you, which, if you are crafty, will send them head first into some fire. Enemies in this playthrough are generally difficult, but Dark Nuts and Wizrobes in particular will be the absolute end of you. Both can only be affected by bombs early on, and both occupy rooms and dungeons that require you to defeat them all to move on. This leads to a lot of repeated processes of coming in a room, trying to bomb them all, running out of bombs, and leaving to stock up and repeat. This gets old really fast. Dungeon 5 is a legit almost game-breaking experience with this. If you find any bomb upgrades, get them immediately. The goal of this game isn't even to beat Ganon. No, the real goal is to get the magical rod. If you get the rod, you win, good job. The rod, besides giving you a projectile attack, can physically hurt enemies if they are touched by it, similar to a sword. Not just the regular sword, mind you, but the white sword. With this, the game is basically just vanilla Legend of Zelda, besides the Wizrobes. They still fuck you up and aren't affected at all by the wand. You truly achieve victory in this run by making it to the final fight with Ganon. Since Ganon absolutely requires a sword poke to be defeated, there is no possible way to fight him without it. So take your victory lap, grab the white sword or the magical sword, and kick his ass. This whole challenge's strategy and lore was built up ever since the game's initial release, starting from the question of, hey, can I not get the sword? And oh wow, I wonder how far I can get without it. It's a simple premise, but it's decently challenging to keep you occupied for a while, and I recommend everyone try it at least once, though the difficulty can be rough. I'm looking straight at you, Dungeon 5. And hey, If it becomes too difficult, you can always try clipping through blocks like a dirty cheater. This challenge gets 4 whiz robes out of 5. Welcome, and there it is. There we are. Now what's down here? Pay me for the door repairs. You just took my $1. Screw you. Oh, I hit myself. So what is DuckTales? In 1989 on the NES, with a port on the Game Boy following in 1990. This Capcom platformer is based upon the TV show of the same name, with the adventures of Scrooge McDuck and his nephews Huey, Dewey, and Louie hunting after treasure and thwarting the efforts of the equally greedy Flintheart Glumgold. DuckTales is a classic spin-off from the Donald Duck family of cartoons and has been critically acclaimed from the classic to even the modern reboot.
Donald Duck.
Uncle Scrooge.
Uncle Scrooge?
Made in heaven. You control Uncle Scrooge himself as he goes through 5 different levels hunting for treasure to pad his bank account. Besides the standard jump, Scrooge carries around a cane, which he can use to whack blocks to the side and also bounce on the cane to destroy blocks and enemies beneath it, whichever it is. The goal is to find a treasure at the end of each level after defeating a cartoon character boss, with smaller diamonds and bigger treasure hidden along the way to increase your fortune. These levels are non-linear, with the player able to choose what level they want to do at a time, and which generally don't require completion of others first, besides having to backtrack for specific items 2 specific times. Scrooge is supported by his nephews, of course, but also side characters from the show, including Webby, Launchpad, and even the Caveman Duck. These characters provide hints, early exit from levels, and even items that will help you progress. Of course, some familiar characters also appear as enemies, alongside the generic animals, environmental hazards, and such, hoping to empty Scrooge's life bar so he loses a life. This can be prevented with health-fulfilling ice cream found about the level. Extra lives are also spread everywhere, and even health bar expanding stars, which too are hidden through the levels. After beating all 5 end bosses, Scrooge is summoned back to Transylvania level, at which time he goes back to the previously beaten boss area, which now houses the final boss, Dracula Duck. Beat him and win a foot race against Flintheart to the treasure, and you're rich. This game actually has 3 endings. A normal one you get if you end the game filthy rich, and one you get if you end the game flat broke, which oddly enough is the hardest one of all to achieve. Pro tip: since getting the end level treasures is unavoidable, you have to make use of a hidden feature, which is, if you press the select button while you have 3 million of cash to burn, you can refill your health. So getting exactly 6 million in cash is the preferred method to go flat broke. So you might see 5 levels and think, that's kinda short. Well, it is. Though I may have my modern glasses on a bit. Even the original Super Mario Bros. Had 8 worlds of 4 levels each. I know these levels have a bit more meat on the bone, but still. I also have an issue with the controls, as deploying the cane can be frustrating in certain instances. And since you need the cane to traverse to certain areas, it can cause a lot of accidental deaths. Thankfully, these faults don't greatly damage what was one of Capcom's best-selling games in the era. The levels, as small as they are diverse and fun with great sprite work and excellent music. This game was so great, it was remastered with high-res graphics and voice acting in 2013 for modern consoles. So take your pick of how to play this game just as long as you play it. This game gets 4 treasures out of 5.
DuckTales, woo! Not ponytails or counting tails, no DuckTales, woo!
So what is Mega Man X? Ow. Ow. Fucker. Ow. Oh, good. Oh, it's an instant death. Okay, cool. For some reason, I decided to go after life for it on an instant death trap. That's cool. The jump from NES to Super Nintendo was beneficial to a lot of series, and detrimental to others. The first-party games from Nintendo all fared well, with Mario, Zelda, and Metroid providing breakout hits. Some third-party series also made the jump relatively unscathed, like Final Fantasy, Ghosts 'n Goblins, and Castlevania. One that absolutely outdid itself though? Mega Man. No, not that one. Still good though. Mega Man X was released in 1993 for the Super Nintendo by everyone's favorite Street Fighter on the block, Capcom. Technically, this is a spin-off from the NES Mega Man series, with the setting being 100 years in the future. Here, you are X, not technically Mega Man, but close enough. X was discovered in a capsule buried under copies of E.T. for the Atari 2600 and was shown to be a robot with emotions and a high level of intelligence. X and Dr. Kane, the person who discovered X, combined their intelligence to duplicate X's unique traits and similar androids, nicknamed Reploids. And before long, that design is the standard for all produced robots. But you can't give anything free will before some of them decide to be dicks. So some Reploids turn evil and are marked Mavericks. So in response, more Reploids are assembled to be a police force against these renegades called the Maverick Hunters, naturally. One of the headliners of this task force was an advanced Reploid immune from being turned bad named Sigma, who led the Hunters across a successful campaign to bring these ne'er-doers under his boot. Nah, just kidding. He turns evil, recruits a majority of the Maverick Hunters, and flies away to his private island to plan the genocide of humanity. Whoops. From here, a guilty, non-combat ready X and unturned badass Hunter Zero must go at it alone, taking care of all the Mavericks, and at the end, Sigma himself. Mega Man X retains the basic frame of a Mega Man game, with X going after 8 different Mavericks who are at the end of their respective theme levels, using his Mega Buster gun and any powers he receives from the previously defeated bosses. Once done, X will assault Sigma's base, composed of multiple levels and bosses, including previously defeated Mavericks, whose power you've already stolen. This is straight out of the Dr. Wily playbook, and might turn some off with how it sounds repetitive, but this is where the intro stage comes in. An intro stage to a Mega Man game sounds redundant, but this actually helps the game out a lot by showing the player the basic functions X can do naturally without outright telling the player. For example, X is deployed to a highway to stop a Maverick attack, and after getting used to running and gutting through the small enemies like the previous game, and defeating a carrier, you fall through a collapsed floor without any way to get up. Or do you? One of the major new additions is the ability to jump on and scale walls, which come in handy immediately. After this, you're confronted by General Vile on a Gundam and get your ass beat and have to be saved by Zero. But oh well. From here, you finally get your choice of robot mask Maverick to face. Unlike the NES games, these guys actually have names that don't end in man, though some of their names are pretty weird, primarily looking at you, Boomer Kwanger. Each level is rendered in absolutely beautiful sprite work, which was sorely needed after the previous 6 games retained the same basic look, and the music makes full use of the Super Nintendo sound capabilities. Shout out to the Armored Armadillos theme, my favorite. You control X as he steadily gets stronger through the game, gaining weapons that are specialized against another Maverick, till you can turn the tables on Vile and save Zero to, let's say, mixed results, and save the world. The boss weapons aren't all you can get though. Throughout the levels you can find heart tanks which expand X health bar, and sub-tanks which replace E-tanks from the NES game and allow X to store additional health if his own health bar is filled. Also hidden are these upgrade pods, left by the ever so resourceful Dr. Light, which give X additional skills such as improved defense, dashing, and block breaking. From here, and with certain conditions filled, if you find the last hidden pod, Dr. Light gives X a fucking Hadouken. Yes, the projectile from Street Fighter, is obtainable in this game, and it kicks ass. Mega Man X is everything you could ever want in a sequel, especially for the Mega Man franchise, which made so little progress in the NES era, it could be reclassified as a sloth. Better graphics, better sound, better gameplay, better story, everything. If there is a glaring fault to this game, then I have to say it's probably the short length, which it shares with most others in the series. If that doesn't bother you, however, and you haven't played this yet, absolutely go after it. You won't regret it. This game gets 5 mechanical monstrosities out of 5. Let's go! So what is Rise of the Robots? In the middle of the year 2023, I just want to remind everyone that graphics aren't everything. A game could look absolutely amazing with 8K graphics and still play like sewage water. A pretty hen will always be appealing, but if that hen doesn't ever lay any eggs, what are you even doing? What even is this metaphor anymore? I don't know. Anyway, Rise of the Robots. Rise of the Robots was released in 1994 by Time Warner Interactive. It was initially developed to be released on the Amiga series of computers, but was also ported to the DOS, 3DO, Game Gear, Mega Drive, not the Genesis, and the Super Nintendo, which is the version we are focusing on today. A one-on-one fighter, you control Cyborg, a blue humanoid android, to do battle with 6 other increasingly stronger enemies. Yeah, you start off fighting simple loading droids, but you'll move on to harder construction droids, and then other humanoid droids that will wreck you easily enough. The game makes a big grand gesture about enemies having high AI intelligence, and learning that has never been seen in any other fighting game at the time, and they certainly learn to wreck you consistently. By the way, no continues. You lose, and you are back to the beginning. Harsh. The graphics are honestly amazing for the time. Every character is rendered really well in the 3D style sprites that actually move fluidly. Every frame of animation looks very well polished, and although the backgrounds are a little bland, they do make the detailed characters stand out. And in the beginning and in between fights, you're treated to honestly advanced looking cutscenes for the time. I mean, for the time, they still aren't very good in 144p, but they show your opponent's stats and them lumbering their way to the fight. So that's good. And that's everything nice I have to say about Rise of the Robots. The fighting in this game is clunky as hell. The programmers clearly prioritize graphics over gameplay, and it shows as soon as you press start. You have your standard kicks and punches, but with all the animation, all the moves feel like you're swinging in slow motion. The long frames also continue even if your opponent recovers, so they can abuse you before you can even finish your attack. Too often matches devolve into spam fest of jump kicks and corner guard, and since there are no combos implemented, it's all free work. Also, do you like the main character? Good, because if you are the first player, that's all you'll be playing as. You literally cannot play as any other character besides the main character in the game, unless you are player 2 in versus mode. Player 1 still doesn't get a choice there, just the Cyborg. Each character is given 2 special moves, but don't get excited. The Cyborg gets a Soda Rush and anti-air headbutt that does nothing. Fun. Also, that smart AI the game brags about, the one that makes enemies hard to even do damage to, it's literally the game cheating.
What? What the fuck?
And it's not just me being consumed with salt saying that. The AI reads your inputs and uses that to calculate their next move. So if you find something working in a fight, then the game will literally cheat off your controller and spam respawn, mostly with specials. But that's in-game. Is there anything else that highlights this game? Well, you have 1-player mode, 2-player mode, and options. And that's it. Yay, fun. Oh, but the game makes a big deal on the box about having music from Queen guitarist Brian May, so that's awesome. All few seconds of it before it devolves into standard mediocre game music and sounds. Where exactly is the fun in this game? Rise of the Robots is not a good game. So not good, perhaps, that it could possibly join the pantheon of legends known as the worst Super Nintendo games. Who knows if it could top that mountain, but for now, let's just give this game its due for being the Windows 8 of fighting games. This game gets 1 broken Furby out of 5. So what is Shovel Knight? Shovel Knight was released in 2014 by Yacht Club Games, first for the Wii U and 3DS, and pretty much everything else afterwards. A deliberate retro platformer in the style of Mega Man, Castlevania, and Ninja Gaiden, Shovel Knight takes those concepts and packages them in a game that honestly, if you haven't given it a look by now, you need to immediately, as soon as you can. Shovel Knight is a platformer in which the titled Shovel Knight is on a mission to find his friend, the Shield Knight, and defeat the evil Enchantress and her gang of various cartoon character knights using, well, a shovel. But this shovel is magical. You can use the shovel to attack enemies, jump better a la DuckTales on the NES, and dig for treasure. Treasure and loot is a big part of this game, as with the money you can get, you can buy upgrades and weapons that will improve your chances out in the level themselves. Shovel Knight is a fun platformer. The mechanics are smooth and isn't too frustrating, but at the same time isn't too easy to not be a challenge. The pixel art is beautiful on all the levels, and the characters are wide and varied. The game isn't too terribly long, but there are certain mechanics that can have you going back to find all the secrets you can find in each level. Another positive aspect about this game, the music. The music especially fits with the retro vibe, while also being very bop heavy. This game was so popular, it has been given multiple Game of the Year awards in 2014, and even spawned an entire franchise, with spin-offs and prequels aplenty, and even receiving a nod from Nintendo itself in the form of a cameo appearance in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and in amiibo form. So yeah, I know I probably don't need to convince you, but please play this game right now. This game gets 5 shovels out of 5. So what is the Oregon Trail? If you enjoyed the Oregon Trail, you should take a look at the Oregon Trail. Get the pun? Oregon Trail was released first on the web as a Flash game in 2010, then upgraded and released on PC and mobile in 2012. It's a parody on the original educational game, The Oregon Trail. But on top of surviving a trek out west, you also have to survive zombies. It was developed by the Men Who Wear Many Hats, which is the company organized by the original Flash game creators. The game adopts many of the same concepts as The Oregon Trail. You and 4 other survivors are trekking across the land to an end goal destination, traveling across different cities and landmarks while keeping your compatriots alive and healthy from disease. You scavenge and trade with traders for food and supplies, and try and keep your transportation running. Except now you aren't in the 1800s, and the main threat of getting ate by zombies is ever present. Zombies make their appearance in standard random events, during when you hunt for food, or even in your own ride if you let a zombified character munch on you. So on top of diseases possibly killing each character, you also have to worry about zombies biting them and them becoming ticking time bombs unless you decide to actually put them down yourself. Such is the moral quandary with the additional gameplay aspect of the Oregon Trail. So what else is new? Well, like in most zombie apocalypses, you also have to deal with bandits who will not hesitate to kill you either on the road or even when you're hunting. What's more frightening than bandits? Boss fights, including a giant zombie bear. Take your pick. This game also has extensive game customization. with multiple roles able to be chosen, vehicles to be unlocked, and length and difficulty adjustments to be made to personalize your experience. There is even an endless mode if you want to see how far you can really make it in a zombie apocalypse. And with the many in-jokes and references to popular horror and apocalyptic franchises, this game is a delight to play and is worth checking out if you are the slightest bit interested in an expanded Oregon Trail adventure. This game gets 4 zombies out of 5. So what is Quest 64?
The mystery, the magic, the game. Quest 64, the new adventure RPG for Nintendo 64. Get in or get out.
The Nintendo 64 was well represented in almost every genre of game, even with some of the old partners bolting to work with the fledgling PS1 instead. Can you guess what genre was noticeably absent from the platform? No, screw you. Killer Instinct Gold and Fighter's Destiny was awesome. If you said RPG, you'd be correct. For as legendary as the Super Nintendo was for RPGs, the Nintendo 64 was noticeably bare, with Nintendo's main dealer Squaresoft bolting for Sony's console for the Final Fantasy series. You know what Nintendo got to compete with that? Quest 64. Yeah. Quest 64 was released in 1998 by Imagineer and THQ on the N64. This was the first RPG released for the console. Yes, before 1998, no RPGs existed on the system. And this was the only consolation for those craving those type of games. An action-based RPG, you control Master Brian, an apprentice mage who ventures out in the world to find his father who went after a thief that stole the legendary object of MacGuffin called the L-Tale Book. In order to track down his father, Brian, who I need to remind you is a child, must bum it from town to town, fighting random monsters, talking to strangers, and steadily gathering the 4 gems of the elements that were stolen by thieves to satisfy whole kingdoms and keep the environment itself in order. Tough childhood. The gameplay of Quest 64 is split up into field exploration and battle mode. Outside of battle, you can run throughout the world and towns, going into houses and talking to the various locals who may or may not have anything useful to say. Unlike most RPGs, there is no money in this world, meaning no shops to buy equipment. Since you don't equip any armor or weapons, the only other thing you can gain in the world are items, which you can get from many chests, enemy drops, or even given to you if you ask someone real nice. These items are almost all used inside battle, such as healing HP, healing MP, boosting stats, escaping from battle, etc. The only items made strictly for out of battle are the various wings you can receive, which insta-teleport you back to previously visited towns. Random encounters can happen at any time outside of towns and buildings at any moment. You could be walking peacefully and with no transition whatsoever, bam, battle music starts and you're facing various abominations. When battles start, you are immediately surrounded by 2 wired barriers, one blue and one yellow, and your enemies. The blue barrier represents your movement space, which you can move all about until you use a move or in your turn. And the yellow represents the battle area, which stays static until you in turn outside of it, at which point you can run from the battle. But yeah, battle. You can use each of the 4 elements and the expanded spell tree to attack or cast a support spell. For example, at the start, you can use fire, which is a straight line ball of fire, earth, which is a long range splash attack, water, which is a close range power attack, and wind, a multi-hit homing attack. As you defeat enemies, you'll eventually get enough experience and will be prompted to level up one of the elements. Each element goes from 1 to 50, and each time you level up, you can increase the level one at a time. As each element levels up, the spells get more powerful, and at certain levels, new spells will unlock, such as more attacks, self-healing, status attacks, buffing, and debuffing. You can also smack the shit out of enemies with your stick if you're close enough, but it's not recommended long term. You can also level up your elements by finding these little white spirits in the overworld. They trigger an instant level up but good luck seeing them sometimes if it isn't completely obvious because the graphics can get you lost. Unless you grind, you have to pick and choose what elements to prioritize putting points in. Enemies are all based around the elements as well, so you have your strengths and weaknesses, but the important priority are the new spells you can learn. I can tell you right now, water is the safest bet to prioritize first. Why? It's the only magic tree with a healing spell. Unless you level up water, you're left with depending on items to heal HP, which besides some NPCs that will give you only one if you don't have any, are finite depending on hidden chests and enemy drops. All of the other elements have their own advantages and disadvantages, but besides water, you should really try and specialize in one other element, rock, trust me, and every now and again, give points to the others. So that's how you level up your magic. Now, what about your other stats? Cause you know, this is an RPG, so what about everything else? Well, have you heard of a little game called Final Fantasy II? If you just felt a cold shudder going down your back, your feelings are justified. Cause just like Final Fantasy II, each stat is leveled up individually depending on your actions. Wanna raise your defense? Let the enemy beat the crap out of you. Wanna raise your agility? Run around the overworld in a circle like an idiot. And yes, all of the stats are like that, and yes, it's very annoying. This isn't helped that the game feels like a tape on repeat. Go to the next area, fight random battles, find town, go to the dungeon, fight the boss, and repeat. No, literally, the game is really just like this. This isn't as grating if you take breaks between playing, but trying to play this game in long stretches will cause you to react with pain whenever another random battle pops up. The lack of reason to explore except for healing items and spirits outright handicaps this game, which, when added on to the overall grind, holds this game back from being a standout on the platform, which is why RPGs in general just weren't notable on the Nintendo 64. While the soundtrack helps you bear with the mindless grind, being in fear of playing the game isn't something the game should brag about. But if you have a guide to help you, you should help yourself to the wonderful world of L-Tale. This game gets 2 spirits out of 5. Fudge. No, I did the wrong spell. Oh shit. I might die here. Fuck me. I have to go back to the beginning. So what is Little Samson?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. I have this to offer you.
And this is...
This is the earliest sticker sealed
Little Samson
Nintendo game.
That's pretty amazing.
You ever look at a list of the most expensive games ever and wonder, how in the hell is this worth that much? New and unsealed retro games in this age are understandable for being pricey. Kids in the past would get a new game and literally rip the packaging to shreds to get to the cartridge. Loose expensive games, however, are an entirely separate thing. Between special editions, small productions, and other such factors, some retro games keep or even increase their value as the years go on. One such product, Little Samson on the NES. So why is this piece of metal and plastic more expensive than a lot of people's monthly rent? Well, let's find out. Little Samson was released on the NES in 1992 and made by Takeru and Taito. A side-scrolling platformer, most oftenly compared to Mega Man, Little Samson is an NES hidden gem that is known not so much because of its gameplay, but for its collectability. But that doesn't mean that the gameplay isn't fun or notable. In fact, I would argue that the gameplay is varied enough to help it stand out in the sea of Mega Man-inspired games. The story starts as a Dark Prince is released from his prison and immediately begins to lay siege to the nearby kingdom. The king, panicking, sends out summons for 4 heroes to stop the threat. Each one of the characters then must go through their own intro level, which helps the player learn the character's individual attributes and moves in order to meet with the king. After a little disagreement between heroes, they all pledge to work together in order to save the world. You have control of each of the 4 characters, who can be changed at will at the player's choice. Each have their own individual health bar, though overall they share lives. The characters include Little Samson, a human boy who can jump far, climb walls, and shoot bells to attack. Kikita, a dragon who can fly and breathe fire, Gom, a golem who moves slow but can tank attacks and hit the hardest in all 4 directions, and KO, a mouse who is fragile but moves quickly and climbs walls and can fit in small spaces that the others can't go, along with the ability to drop bombs. These differences help make little Samson as a whole stand out, as you can switch characters to best suit the challenge the stage is presenting you. Need to get past an obnoxious jumping section? Why not fly with Kikita? Boss giving you trouble? Lay the smack down with Gom. These distinct playstyles lead to different experiences per level. When a character dies, they are no longer able to be switched to or chosen again unless all characters die or the level boss has been beaten, except for Samson, as his skills are the bare minimum to beat the game, and without him, you'll probably hit a hard wall you cannot proceed past. This can be prevented by collecting power-ups, such as health restoring hearts, 1-ups, potions that when used can instantly refill a character's health bar, and special spears that can increase the maximum amount of health an individual character can have to a limit if you're playing on normal mode. The individual levels are broad and very detailed, with branching exits existing for a handful of them leading to alternate stages and even alternating bosses. They all end up converging for each of the sub-bosses, however, which are the direct generals of the Dark Prince. These characters have 2 phases, with a normal form and a monster form at the ready, which can lead to some unfortunate experiences when your main fighter Gom gets defeated on the first phase of the boss, and now you're left with Samson and Glass Cannon KO for a giant dragon. But overall, the challenge keeps the game fun, and the flexibility in stage and character choice makes this game a rather versatile experience that you most likely will not own physically on your NES unless you get a bootleg. So why is this game dumb expensive nowadays? Well, due to the late release in the NES lifecycle and little promotion, it sold very poorly in North America. As a result, the NTSC version of the game is worth in the thousands, even to this day, with the loose price being worth approximately $2,000 and untouched in a sealed box being worth more than your car. However, if you have the opportunity to play this game with less scrupulous means, I say do so, as Little Samson is a fun experience. The game is rather short, but replayability is fairly interesting for a game of this era, such as using characters on levels you normally wouldn't use or going a different route to a sub-boss. Such a shame that this game was initially ignored, as the game becoming popular then would probably lead to less people shilling out house payments for it now. This game gets 4 buckets of money out of 5. Yay! Oh, there he is. Hi, buddy. Did we do it? We did it! Yeah! So what is Street Fighter 2010, The Final Fight? Might have to cut my losses and just leave if the portal opens up. Oh, there's health. Where's the portal? Oh, fuck. I don't know where it's at. Ah, there it is. No! Ho, 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 ho! Come on! Everyone is playing their modern Street Fighter 6 and having fun, I guess. What about the classics? Let's go back to Street Fighter 2. Forget your modern controls and absolutely get wrecked by Sagat every time. Matter of fact, let's get back to Street Fighter 1, where the racial stereotypes run wild. Maybe you're the one weird person who prefers Street Fighter EX series. And in which case you are, go back to the sewers, you mutant. But have you ever seen the hidden sequel in the Street Fighter series? One that most people don't even know exists? Welcome to the land of Street Fighter 2010, The Final Fight. Street Fighter 2010, The Final Fight was released for the NES in 1990 by Capcom, a spin-off of the mainline fighting series. This game came out after the first game was released in 1987, but before its boom after the release of Street Fighter 2 in 1991. It took, let's say, minor liberties with the story after the first game. After the Street Fighting tournament, Ken, or Player 2 in the first game, retired from fighting and became a very successful scientist, and came out with special goo that can give people superhuman strength. Due to this advancement, Ken's partner in the lab named Troy gets bonked to death, and Ken decides to undergo cybernetic implants in order to go after the one responsible. Since their dirty asses decided to leave drops of the special goo everywhere that Ken could follow. Not gonna spoil the ending cause I know you're dying to learn yourself what happens, but goo gets everywhere. A fighting game, this is not. Instead, Street Fighter 2010 takes on a more action platformer genre. You control Cyber Ken as he goes from level to level, jumping up platforms and shooting anything that dares get close to you. Pickups can be gotten to upgrade your beam up to 5 times to increase its range and also add in additional ways to damage enemies. Getting hit will decrease your attack level by 1, and dying will cause the power bar to reset at the next life. So it can be really irritating to get your power bar to 5 and be able to hit enemies a football field away, just to die, then have a beam the length of your dome. Speaking of enemies, you aren't fighting humans in this bizarre Street Fighter future world. At the beginning of each level, you are given a target that you have to hunt for in the level. The target may appear instantly, or you may have to go exploring for it. Either way, you must use Ken's maneuverability to jump through each level, climb up walls, and take out these weird alien creatures that will get in your way. Once you defeat your target, or targets, depending on the level, Ken gets enough power to jump through a dimensional portal to the next area. However, this portal will not wait on Ken and will disappear in about 9 seconds from spawning in a random spot in the level, which, if you miss, will cost you a life. If you were hoping for a traditional Street Fighter NES, think again, cause this isn't it. As a matter of fact, besides the fact that you are Ken, and in the Japanese version you aren't even Ken, your name is Kevin Stryker, this has absolutely nothing to do with Street Fighter, or Final Fight, which the subtext also includes. If this absolutely destroys you inside, I'm sorry, but if you stick around, you see that this is a pretty competent game overall. The platforming and combat are responsive and can be fun once you get the upgrade you want. Although the story is stupid, it does provide a narrative for why you're hunting Kleborp the Spacefly. I think a lot of the scorn for this game wouldn't have happened if it wasn't called a Street Fighter game, but on the flip side of that, if it wasn't called Street Fighter, no one would care about it and it would probably end up as a hidden gem in our time. Still, if you're looking for a fun experience on the NES and don't mind batshit B-movie fanfiction based upon that rich blonde guy from the arcade, be sure to give this game a try. This game gets 3 abominations out of 5. Ken, come in, Ken. I read you. I'm on my way. Yeah, Ken. We're going back to the Street Fighter circuit. All is suffer. Yeah! So what is Wrestlequest?
Every wrestling legend follows their own path to fame and glory, but you won't be crowned wrestling royalty without harnessing the power of the masters to ignite your quest. Your rise to stardom begins at the feet of giants, and the only way to earn a legend's respect is
If you're familiar with me, you know on top of being a giant retro nerd who entertains other nerds on the internet like you, I like me some wrestling. As a 90s baby, I have the typical arc of most 90s babies when it comes to wrestling. The Attitude Era hooked me into WWF, watched WWE through most of the Ruthless Aggression era, fell off from wrestling around high school, while occasionally hearing things about TNA through the grapevine, getting wind of a cool little outfit known as NXT in college, binging the full catalog of What Culture videos, and then I was stuck again. You know you're hooked again when you're watching weeklies and staying up till 3 AM to watch Japanese wrestling, knowing I have work in the morning. While the simulator games I'm usually pretty lukewarm towards, one game that caught my attention this year is also a wrestling game, a retro wrestling themed RPG. Wrestlequest was released in 2023 by Mega Cat Studios for Steam and Nintendo Switch. In this world of toys, yes, actual toys, you control a variety of characters, starting from the non-union Mexican equivalent Muchacho Man, who seeks to become the best wrestler in the toy box world. From the humble beginnings in wrestling class, you venture throughout the world, gaining allies from other wrestlers and managers, to even Transformers, fighting various toys and performing for a variety of promotions in a bid to become champion in the Paw League. and unravel the deceitful dark side to the wrestling business. While you start out with just Muchacho Man and his allies, the game actually moves around to the POV of a bunch of varied characters, starting with the heart-inspired Logan family as they make their way through wrestling stardom through different means. These characters eventually branch out and connect with each other, leading to a varied collection of playable characters near the end. RPG is not typically what you think as a genre for a wrestling game, but indie studio Megacat Studios made the forbidden combination, and honestly, it works pretty well. When you enter a fight against the scheduled matches or random encounters against overworld foes, you're placed across from your enemies and choose your moves in turn-based combat. Usually, your side of three is able to make their move first, followed by the enemies, and so on. So speed doesn't have much of a difference besides who on your team attack first. You can do a standard attack, which use quick time events to determine if you'll get an extra hit in sometimes. You can use an item, use a special attack called a gimmick that can range from a single attack, combination tag team attack with another character, combination trios team attack with both party members, a manager attack if you have one, or you can even summon legendary wrestlers to perform their signature moves on opponents. Now, all that may seem overwhelming, and near the end of the game with all of the characters together, it can be, but you'll find your favorite combinations and some that you'll never really use. Steadily gaining more skills as you level up is at first a motivation for grinding, but eventually it just becomes more and more text that make your eyes glaze over. The last main feature, taunting, adds a defense down effect to the member who uses it, but allows the crowd to get more hype in your favor. Now, what the heck is hype? Well, that's a special feature for this game. As you are a wrestler performing in front of a crowd, you can get the crowd either on your side or the opponent's side by performing taunts or special moves that affect the hype meter. Depending if the hype meter favors you or your opponent, buffs and debuffs are added, and certain moves can be used once your hype reaches a certain level. On certain matches, you'll be given objectives to raise or lower the hype level to a certain amount when you're either portrayed as the good guy or face in a match, or as the bad guy or heel. These side objectives can be for extra spoils or can be mandatory depending on the storyline. Hype can be obtained differently depending on the different hype types chosen by the character, which changes what actions generate hype more than others. But each character typically slots in mostly predetermined subsets. These situations really work well with the wrestling gimmick, and I honestly wish they used it a bit more. Other than that, there are various status effects that last for a certain amount of turns, certain moves that can only be used depending on your karma, which depends on your choices talking to people and making decisions in the story. And on top of knocking people out instantly sometimes, once you drain an opponent's HP, they don't die immediately, instead gaining the fallen status. You can then pin them to completely remove them from the fight. However, if you mess up, your hype takes a hit and they receive some health back. Outside of battle, you can equip your characters with various gear that can affect their stats and give various elemental effects that are applied at the beginning of battle. The visual of the entire world being toys is honestly super charming. It lends itself to the retro-inspired look of the entire game, and when you see the giant statues of the legendary wrestlers, it honestly looks amazing. This game is an old school wrestling fan's wet dream in terms of honoring the greats of yesteryear, most prominently with Macho Man Randy Savage and references to modern wrestling media. The sprite work looks good on the characters it depicts, and rips off in some cases, and some of the environments look great with accompanying ambient music. Now, some of the other ones may look a little bland and recycled from time to time, but it's not too distracting. What is distracting is how plotting this game can feel at times. There's a whole lot of running through random lands and fighting the same random battles, and like I said before, once you find your favorite combinations, you pretty much stick to them the entire time you use the certain characters. This can get monotonous very quickly after a while, and battles can just start being more of a hassle than they're worth. The game is pretty easy as well. You rarely need to grind, and the only really difficult parts are either early on or because you have required side goals to fulfill to beat a battle, which is also why I wish they implemented it more. The entrance section kind of just seems pointless as well. You gain extra environmental effects and music through the game, but it's so rarely used it never really becomes a curiosity past the first use. Double that for the karma system, though this actually affects what moves you can and cannot perform, but not much. Finally, the taunt is useful for maybe the first section of the game, but it just becomes pointless as well, since you can increase hype in different ways depending on the chosen hype type by character. The Showman type benefits the most from using it, but it just gets overshadowed very quickly. The game is oddly buggy as well, which the team has acknowledged in some delays to the game, but is noticeable up to the point where I've gotten soft locked a couple of times to, let's say, mild to mid frustration. Wrestlequest is a game of two halves. First impressions are great, and all the lore and wrestling references will have you super excited to continue through the game, but the more you play through, the more your excitement just drains. It's still a good game, and I definitely recommend any retro wrestling fans to check it out, but don't push yourself hard to finish in a certain amount of time. Still, getting to summon Andre the fucking Giant to flip over a ring at any point will never get old. This game gets 3 jobbers out of 5. Why she's so caked up? Yeah, damn. So now my wife has 4 boobs and is caked up. Dude, I'm winning. So what is DuckTales 2?
We invited an expert team to our laboratory to give us their opinions of Disney's DuckTales video game from Capcom.
Yes! Awesome!
You'll have exciting adventures helping Scrooge McDuck escape danger and become the richest duck in the world.
Cool. Totally hot. Way radical, man. Excellent. It's a quacker. Oh!
Disney's DuckTales game for your Nintendo Entertainment System by Capcom.
DuckTales 2 was released in 1993 by Capcom, first on the NES, then on the Game Boy. A sequel to the 1990 original, you again control Scrooge in the pursuit of the good old dollar bill.
Here comes the money!
This time, with a hunt for pieces of a treasure map on top of priceless historical artifacts you can get in each level. Like before, you are given 5 levels at the start of the game and are able to pick where you want to go immediately, but with the added bonus of a hidden level if you are able to find all the treasure map pieces. The levels themselves are linear, but with many hidden areas that hide some desirable items like extra lives, health extenders, and many other goodies. Many of Scrooge's family and friends can again be found throughout the levels, and you also face a boss at the end of the level, who when defeated, gives up a special treasure that needs to be added to Scrooge's money pit.
Here comes the money!
In the end, Flintheart Glumgold stands with his weird pet monster, and once you defeat that, you are again given multiple endings depending on how much money you have, and if you found a hidden treasure or not. DuckTales 2 features some notable upgrades from the first game. For one, unlike the last game, you have a secondary objective other than making it to the end of the level. Treasure map pieces are hidden in each area that Scrooge needs to find to unlock the hidden 6th level, which houses the ultimate treasure that you need for the good ending. Now, you might be a little hesitant to finish levels if you haven't found a particular map piece for the area, but in this game, you can actually go back to the previous levels after you defeat the boss, which is different from the first game. In fact, you probably will need to replace stages as some areas can only be accessed after gaining a few new tools provided by Gyro Gearloose, who can be found in some levels. These include the ability to pull heavy objects, pogo previously unbreakable vertical blocks, and a golf swing that can destroy previously unbreakable horizontal blocks. These sections usually hide a map piece, which encourages multiple playthroughs through levels. Also new for this game is after each level, you get directed to a store, which lets you spend the massive amounts of money you found in the level on various goodies like extra lives, continues, useful in-game items, and even a map piece at one point. All of these combine to make the sequel even more enjoyable than the previous version. DuckTales 2 is a major improvement upon the first game, even beyond the new additions. The feel of the game is a lot more friendly to the player. The controls are simplified with the pogo deployment in particular, being easier to control than its predecessor. The design of the levels are more intricate as well, with the new ability to replay levels leading to designs that support that function, with many nooks and crannies that aren't immediately apparent to the eye. The great music is also back, though none of the tracks still come to the heights of the Moon theme, but they hold their own all the same. The game is still painfully short, though thankfully the replayability of levels and more objectives make this game longer than the original. Since the game was released at the end of the NES console cycle, it led to lower sales than the original, but if you enjoyed the first game, I definitely recommend the sequel. It's DuckTales, but more. If you're hoping for a massive overhaul, you'll probably be disappointed, but still, DuckTales 2 is worth getting for your NES collection. This game gets 4 treasures out of 5. So what is Castlevania?
ドラキュラ伝説にピリオドを打つのは君だ。コナミからついに登場。ファミコンディスクシステム用ソフト悪魔城ドラキュラ好評発売中。Konami.
Before Smash Bros, before God of War ripoffs, before Metroidvanias were a thing, we just had the beginning, Castlevania. One of the notable series starters on the NES, Castlevania was released in 1986 by Konami, who were beginning their rise to top-tier game studio making series like Metal Gear and Silent Hill, and before their distant sudden fall that ends with pachinko machines. A platformer, you control Simon Belmont, vampire hunter, who is tasked with defeating Dracula and his ghoulish platoon of Halloween villains. Simon must go throughout each level, killing enemies, avoiding projectiles, and all in all, do everything he can to keep his health up. Each level you control Simon in is actually a part of a 3-block section that is separated by a door and littered with various enemies and ends with a boss at the end. If Simon loses all of his health due to getting hit, he starts at the most recent door that was crossed. If he loses all current lives and the player chooses to continue, he starts out back at the beginning of the section. Now, how can you avoid this? Well, Simon takes out his enemies with his trademarked vampire killer, a whip that is ridiculously small. Like, how the hell am I supposed to kill the king of vampires with this puny thing and nothing else? Well, luckily, that's not all you are left with. When you destroy the candles on the wall, or sometimes when enemies die, random pickups can be gotten. One particular pickup actually upgrades the whip, turning into a chain whip and extending its length, then extending it again while increasing the damage it causes, which becomes essential the longer you go through the game. Also gotten through pickups include money bags for points, a cross that eliminates everything on the screen, a pitcher that makes you invulnerable for a short period of times, food to restore health, and most importantly, sub-weapons and hearts. Sub-weapons are various additional offensive and support attacks that can be performed so long you have the required amount of hearts available. And these include the multi-hit cross, the quick knife, the arc flying axe, the short-range holy water, and the time-stopping clock. You can only throw out one of these items on screen at a time, unless you find a hidden multiplayer item which doubles and then triples the amount you can have on screen. The game at its core is similar to the initial Ninja Gaiden games, even in its design, but as that game prioritizes speed, maneuverability, and quick-twitch platforming, Castlevania is more slow and thoughtful in its movements, prioritizing attacks and protecting yourself above all else as you walk throughout each level, which is important, as the enemies are designed to make you work for your victory. While enemies aren't as mobile with their movements as the Ninja Gaiden enemies, they are more in their movement cycles and projectiles, which can be hit or avoided. The platforming is way more grounded, so while a jump could get you to a nearby platform or avoid an enemy coming below, you are also committed to that jump, which means if that jump leads you into a pit, be prepared to lose a life. Speaking of pits, these will become your worst nightmare. Simon has a pretty large life bar, but falling in the void will negate that entirely. It seems like the enemies know this as well, as any time you get hit, you immediately fall backwards. While you have recovery frames to not immediately get hit again, if you just so happen to be near a pit, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy, cause it's game over. The bats and Medusa heads are the worst offenders, with their flying arcs directly correlating to smashed controllers. While the game may be frustrating, it still holds up as a pioneer in a series that, while have had its ups and downs, have led to many a fond memories in gamers' heads. The game is not perfect, but in the years that followed, many advancements have been implemented to improve the series formula that could not have happened without this NES classic. This game gets 4 Simons out of 5. Got him. You son of a bitch! So what is the Sonic Blastman series?
He is greater than anybody else. The man came to save our planet. That's the Sonic Blastman.
Super Nintendo beat-em-ups were often some of the best games on the console. With headliners such as TMNT Turtles in Time and the Final Fight franchise, it was hard to stand out even if you were a quality franchise. One such series is the Sonic Blastman games, which consists of 3 games in its prime, 1 on the arcade and 2 on the Super Nintendo. This series has been buried in history, with the character not showing up in more than 25 years other than cameos in other games. Should Sonic Blastman be brought back? Let's check out the entire history of the series and see. Sonic Blastman on the arcade was released in 1990 by Taito. The game and entire series is based around Sonic Blastman, a regular man who has a superhero alter ego based around super punches to criminals and bad guys to keep the public safe. Unlike the next 2 games, Sonic Blastman in arcades is actually a punching bag simulator. The game actually requires the player to put on punching gloves and punch a strength gauge, which will translate to damage to enemies and targets in the game. The harder you punch, the more damage you'll do to the enemies Sonic Blastman faces. You only get 3 attempts to register the hardest hit, after which you either pass or fail the level, depending on how hard you hit. The levels themselves ramp up in intensity, with the first level being beating up a common street thug, and the final level being destroying an asteroid that's gonna blow up the Earth. This game is engaging at first because of the interest factor, but since the game is so limited, it won't be long until you want to move on to the next machine. If you're hoping to find this game in your local arcade, don't! Every Sonic Blastman arcade machine was recalled in 1995 after a load of players got injured trying to put their all into punching the bag. Taito ended up having to pay a $50,000 fine a year after release, and this version of Sonic Blastman was put in a retirement home. Technically, this game received a sequel called Real Puncher in the arcades in Japan, but didn't star Sonic Blastman. Sonic Blastman on Super Nintendo was released in 1992 by Taito. Moving away from the hand-breaking model of the arcade game, Sonic Blastman on Super Nintendo is the series' first foray both on console and as a beat-em-up. You again control Sonic Blastman as he walks through the streets and beats up criminals with his own 2 hands. Similar to the arcade game, you start out fighting humans, then move on to aliens and robots, and finally, his evil clone. So, you know, appropriate escalation. Sonic Blastman can move across the level, beating up bad guys as they stand to oppose him. He can punch, grab his enemies for close shots or throws, jump, and unleash special attacks, and his most powerful attack, the D-Punch. A screen-clearing move which can only be done a few times per level. The fighting in this game is super satisfying with the multiple ways you can throw and dispatch enemies, keeping you entertained again and again. What won't keep you entertained is how slow the game feels. Movement feel like you're walking in mud, and overall the game is very slow paced. While you might be entertained by the actual fighting, it'll wear out its welcome quickly as you go from level to level. In between levels, you actually get bonus stages that resemble the original arcade game by building strength to defeat a singular enemy. You don't have to punch your Super Nintendo, though if you really feel like it, go ahead. Instead, you just rotate the B-pad to charge your power. This game is an expanded improvement upon the arcade version, though it commits a vital sin in the beat-em-up genre by not having multiplayer. This, combined with the malaise feel of the game, sours the experience of those who want to experience the first game on Super Nintendo. Sonic Blastman 2 was released on the Super Nintendo in 1994, again by Taito. The undisputed best in the series, Sonic Blastman 2 again stars Sonic Blastman, this time accompanied with other choosable superheroes, including the electric-wielding Captain Shoyer and the fire-manipulating Sonya. This game is a considerable upgrade from the first game and can be enjoyed to this day. First off, this game has multiplayer, meaning a friend can join in on the justice bringing. In this edition, however, you don't start off fighting petty criminals like before, instead going straight to aliens and horrific monsters. Each level consists of multiple environments that advance when all enemies on the screen are defeated. Like before, you can punch, jump, grab enemies for throws, a newly introduced roll to avoid enemy damage, and perform special moves, though the feel is a lot faster and streamlined for this game. Each of the characters have an alignment in regards to strength and speed, with Captain Choyer being the strongest but slowest, Sonya being the fastest yet weakest, and Sonic Blastman being balanced in each. This creates another aspect of choosing what character will fit the level you are playing at the moment, as well as promote multiple playthroughs to see the other characters. The special attacks are similar to the first game, though each character only has 2 that drain a limited special counter that can be refilled by pickups. One attack is usually an extended projectile that takes 1 counter, and the other being a screen clearing move similar to the D-Punch taking 2. While this game doesn't reinvent the wheel, it is highly recommended for playthroughs with friends as you will have a blast. It may not be as flashy as other Super Nintendo beat-em-ups, but I will, at the very least, recommend the second Super Nintendo game to anyone vaguely interested in nonsense superhero adventures. Technically, a revival was released called Sonic Blast Heroes in 2011 in arcades, but it was only released in Japan and was also an arcade game released in 2011, so you would be forgiven if you didn't know it existed. Either way, this game is modeled after the first game with the scenarios that required players to punch a bag that translate the damage in the game. It's a fun little novelty like the original, but not much more than that, especially since it's extremely rare to find. And from there, Sonic Blastman was put to rest for good. Taito as a company was acquired by Square Enix in 2005 and is still alive today, so the IP is still available for a new game. I think once the dust settles from Square's recent troubles, Sonic Blastman, Captain Choyer, and Sonya should put the suits on one more time. This series gets 3 broken hands out of 5. So what is Pokemon Pinball?
Which Pokemon has bumpers and flippers? All of them. Introducing Pokemon Pinball, now with its own rumble feature for Game Boy Color. The new way to catch them all.
I'm not an expert in pinball mechanics, so if you're looking for that, please don't go anywhere. I appreciate the views on the channel, but I say that straight away just to show I'm coming to this video from an outside perspective. Pinball throughout the years has been adapted to fit many different faces, from popular properties to even the most standard of public domain. With how hot the Pokemon craze of the 90s were, it was only a matter of time before a Pokemon pinball game was conceived. But how it was made, that's where the real story lies, because they could have just slapped Pokemon images on a standard pinball table and called it a day. Instead, Nintendo chose to drop a Game Boy Color classic. Pokemon Pinball was released on the Game Boy Color in 1999 by HAL Laboratory. At its bare basics, it's pinball. You know, ball rolls around board, hits objects, get points, and use bumper to keep the ball from falling to the dark abyss below. Pokemon Pinball has a secondary objective other than getting the standard high score, and that is to catch them all. Yeah, that's obvious for original Pokemon games, but how in the hell can you catch them all on a pinball table? Well, hang tight, I'll explain. You get your choice of 2 boards, red and blue, like the games. Each have their own difference in layout, but the most important feature is that each have their own locations that can be chosen. When you start a game, you stop at a random location where you can find specific Pokemon associated with each. How do you catch them? Well, you must enter capture mode, which requires filling the right-hand counter by knocking the ball that way through the spinner and finding the hole that will activate it. Once you do that, a silhouette of a random Pokemon associated area will show up and will gradually brighten up as you hit the bumpers until the Pokemon can be seen fully. From there, the Pokemon will spawn on the board and you must hit them repeatedly to finally catch them. Then, the game will return to normal play. This is only for basic Pokemon though. How do you evolve them? Well, similar to capture mode, evolving is its own process. You must fill up the left-hand counter this time and found a different hole, Instead of hitting the bumpers, you must hit the rest of the buttons on the board to find 3 items, after which an evolve hole opens up in the middle of the board, which allows any Pokemon you've caught during the current play session to evolve. Those are the important 2 mechanics that allows players to catch Pokemon. Locations can be changed by certain mechanics on each board, including places that aren't available at the beginning of the game to catch obscure Pokemon. But this is how the world of Pokemon and Pinball are combined. Other than this, it's your standard pinball affair. Don't let the ball drop 3 times and get as many points as possible. You can trigger special events by hitting special counters, and by filling the 3 Pokeballs under location by catching and evolving Pokemon, you can trigger a special minigame, which is required to catch the more legendary Pokemon. Once you exhaust all your lives, the game ends, though any Pokemon you catch are registered in the Pokedex from then on. This turns into another reason to continue playing the game, because you want to fill the Pokedex up. And in terms of motive, it's a really good one. The only other notable thing about this game is the cartridge, cause what in the hell is all this? Well, if you put a battery in the back of the game and have the strength of Thor to keep the Game Boy up under the new weight, your game now has rumble, which honestly is more distracting than anything, so it's not very worth it. Pokemon Pinball fits perfectly with what you would imagine a full-fledged collect-em-all pinball game would be. While the boards themselves are pretty basic, with somewhat shallow mechanics outside of the collecting aspect, the adaptation of this property makes this game an addicting play that you'll continue to come back to try to get the Pokemon you do not currently have. This concept was expanded upon with the game's sequel, Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire, which was released for the Game Boy Advance in 2003. Though I imagine having to only catch 150 Pokemon in this game is more palatable than the 300 plus in that one. Pokemon Pinball gets 3 tilts out of 5. So what is Battletoads?
It's just video game review! So, okay, last week Harley and I reviewed Ultra Enviroman. Whack to the curb. It has got to go. So today, we're gonna take a look at Battletoads. Rocket! That it is, I mean, they got Psycho Pigs and Turbo Thwacking. And with kick fighting, surfing, babe saving, how can you go wrong? Your kid's a freak for Battletoads and these other games from Trade West, Nintendo Entertainment, or Game Boy systems required.
Pain! That's what Battletoads is. Pain! Battletoads was released in 1991 by Rare for the NES and then was ported to the Mega Drive, Game Gear, and Amiga systems in the following years. This is the first game in the Battletoads franchise before they got buddy-buddy with the Double Dragon duo, and the first to establish that this series really hates the player. You control 2 of the Battletoads, Rash and Zitz, as they work across 12 controller-breaking levels to save their friends, Pimple and Princess Angelica. This game is a beat-em-up at its core, but these beat-em-up levels are broken up with various genre-changing situations, such as scaling a giant tree down or riding a turbo bike. The combat is pretty simple, one button attacks and another jumps. You have your simple strikes that you can spam, but enemies will not be defeated until you hit them with a smash attack in which your limbs get comically large to finish your opponent off. This happens automatically when the enemy is vulnerable, so don't panic thinking you need to learn something new. Your attacks change based on what position your character and the enemy you are fighting is in. So whether you are rushing an opponent or pounding their heads down, you get a new animation to show them get demolished. Weapons can also be picked up, though these just function as a stronger regular hit and no ending smash. Battling is simple enough, and honestly not too difficult in general. No, the difficulty comes from the different types of gameplay modes that you have to get past. The turbo bike level in general is the wall that has prevented many gamers from progressing onto the rest of the game, and it's only level 3. In this level, after a short beat 'em up section, you hop on a bike and must avoid fast approaching walls that will cause you to lose a life instantly. This section goes on forever, and you must memorize the patterns to get to the next checkpoint before you lose all of your lives, and by extension, all of your continues, because once they're gone, it's back to the first level. There exist warp points in very specific areas in some levels that allow you to skip ahead in some instances, but they are very specific about timing in order to use them. When you get past the turbo bike level, you might think you've gotten over the hump, but no, it's just the start of the torment. Further levels will use the same fast horizontal scrolling action, but will challenge you to avoid other obstacles like mines, electric barriers, and whirlpools, which like before, will take away a life in one hit. In addition to that fun, you also have levels where you must travel on top of a hostile snakes to avoid spikes, race against a cheating rat to disarm bombs, and travel up the trap-filled vertical labyrinth. All of this sounds nuts, and it is indeed nuts in practice. Getting through this game requires a lot of trial and error, so don't feel bad if you find yourself seeing the game over screen more often than not. I'm not overselling this. This game will test your patience. If it was just the beat 'em up sections, it wouldn't be as bad, but all of the horizontal scrolling sections especially gatekeep seeing the rest of the game from players. And don't even get me started on 2-player mode. Yes, there exists multiplayer in this game, but unless you are in the market for enemy for life, do not play this with a friend. Characters can hit each other and knock each other off cliffs on accident, and if one player game's over, then both get sent back to the beginning of the level, with the surviving player not regaining their lost lives, leading to possibly a very heated conversation. It's just not worth it, especially in the Clinger Winger level, where due to a glitch, it's literally impossible to play with 2 players. Just tell your friend to wait their turn while you die instead. Although it may be lost in a blur due to gameplay sections, the graphics are actually very impressive for an NES game. All of the characters in foreground are distinct from the background, and although it's hard to see, the fast-paced sections are animated really well. Ditto goes from the soundtrack, which although low-key, has inspired many different themes that have stood the test of time. The Battletoads theme in particular has held up as a distinct tune that has been attached to the franchise ever since. But at the end of the day, this game is known for its difficulty, and at the end is hurt by its difficulty. This will probably affect your overall enjoyment of the game, and possibly the stress ball that you'll need at the end of this playthrough. But if you're looking for a challenge to drive yourself mad over, look no further than this absolute abomination. This game gets 3 temper tantrums out of 5. Yes! Is that it? Can we do it? Oh, she's leaving. Part 2. Let's go! So what is Michael Jordan Chaos in Windy City? What is this? What is this? This is Michael Jordan Chaos in the Windy City, and no, this is not an NBA game or a 2K game. It's a Michael Jordan side-scrolling platforming game. What the fuck? You can't believe this is real. You know what? Neither can I, honestly. This game is a good combination of some execs losing their goddamn minds. Oh, we have Michael Jordan for a video game. Don't we want to make a standard basketball game? No. Put him in a platformer. You know what? Make that platformer weird as fuck. And that's how this game got spat out. I might have dramatized it a little bit. Released in 1994 on the Super Nintendo by this game decided it was too good for the typical basketball game of the time. It's a Michael Jordan game, and it deserves more. So what do? I don't know, maybe a fighting game? Nah, that's stupid. I know. You are Michael Jordan. You can somehow dribble no matter where you're at, ranging from a prison to a circus? And your goal, as described by this random comic book, is 21 of your teammates are kidnapped by a madman named Dr. Cranium, and you gotta go save him, cause why not the police? And you travel heroically using the Chicago subway. You get to fight your battles not with, a gun, but a basketball. But not just a basketball. You can use a fire basketball, an ice basketball, a basketball that works like a boomerang, also colored like a baseball, a homing basketball, a basketball that multiplies, a bowling ball, and whatever this ball does. And you fight your enemies like, ooh, what? What the fuck is that? Oh, no. The game honestly isn't that bad, maybe? It's a simple platformer where you jump over pits and fight the Carnival Brigade to find keys to unlock doors, to get coins for 1-ups, different weaponized basketballs, and other random things. Like Wheaties and Gatorade. Yeah, you get Michael Jordan, you're getting his product sponsorship too, and you're gonna like it. Only thing that would fit better if it was a side gambling game included.
it became personal with me.
Also, since this is a Michael Jordan game, there are random basketball nets just laying around. And if you score on them, you get shit, including a midpoint checkpoint if it's glass. I have my gripes about this game though. For a basketball legend, Jordan sure jumps like Kevin Hart. Alright, let's try this again. Get up. Come on. Get back up there. Please don't let it be a one-time thing. Jordan, you are 7'14". You can get up there. Get up there. Holy shit. It's madness. And every time you pick up a new ball, it immediately switches to it. So now you wasted the all-powerful nuclear ball of death just cause your ass is trigger happy. And as easy as this game starts out, the death traps in the pits just get stupid. And all the levels devolve into the same repetitive motion. Get the silver keys, get the gold keys, get the colored whatever the fuck keys, find a random bonus level for a possible extra life, open doors, open doors, open doors, and don't you forget your teammates in every level or you ain't getting that good ending, bucko. Congratulations, you have blah 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 points and you rescued 21 captives. Perfect. You just entered Michael's Hall of Fame. You know what? What did I say? This game honestly isn't that bad. I lied. It's not good at all. It's very bad. But honestly, I still like it. Graphics are bleh, sound is fine, I guess. Gameplay gets tired after the first few levels, and then it keeps going and going and going and going. But as a concept, this is fucking wild. Maybe in the future, we'll get a better reboot of Chaos in Windy City, but starring LeBron. 2 crying Jordans out of 5. So what is Shaq-Fu? Shaq-Fu is another, we have a famous basketball player's likeness, right? So we're going off the wall insane type of game. In the same vein as Michael Jordan, Chaos in the Windy City. Also published by your favorite evil overlord, Electronic Arts. But as that game went the way of the platformer, this game decided to skip all the adventure bullshit and go straight to punching everything. This game was released on the Super Nintendo and the Genesis in 1994 and ported to the Game Gear, Game Boy, Commodore Amiga in 1995. Programming note, I'm playing the Super Nintendo version, which looks and sounds slightly better than the others, but in exchange only has 7 characters as opposed to 12, and 3 less stages. But oh well, who the hell cares about Auroch, Nezu, and whoever this jerk-off is? I'll be fine with Shaq, Raja, Voodoo, a cat girl, Beast, a green Jedi, and Mumra. As for game options, you can instantly throw hands. You can throw hands with a half-assed story mixed in about saving a kid. You know, this kid who's beating my ass actually. And the tournament mode, where you can throw hands with either the computer or your friends. Though I think if you bring this game out, they wouldn't want to be friends with you for much longer. And that brings me to this point. This game sucks. Brooklyn's version of Mortal Kombat. Oh, look what's on screen right now. Does this look anywhere in the quality wise of Mortal Kombat? This game is some bullshit. Let me tell you. The fighting system includes a high punch, high kick, low kick, ducking kick, and ducking punch. You got a shield, the front dash, a back dash, jumping attacks, and special attacks you can activate with button combinations like other fighting games. One problem though, the fighting is slow as fuck. The animation is fluid, but it feels like you're moving through molasses, which is just the best for fighting games. Jumping in this game is like floating on the moon, and it feels like you can't control yourself. Shaq in particular is the worst character in the game. He moves like Shaq in real life moves in 2021. I think I'd have a better chance of throwing hands with Shaq in real life and beating him than fucking beating his fucking mummy. Retired Shaq, not prime basketball playing Shaq. Prime, I've been eating Papa John's pizza for breakfast, lunch, and dinner Shaq. I could probably throw hands with him and win, maybe. Not the savage basketball playing Shaq. He'd cave my head in. His special moves barely do any damage, and if you jump in the air, you are a moving target for punishment. This grates especially during story mode, where Shaq is the only character you can play as. Every other character kicks the absolute shit out of you easily, especially this demon. And she got me stuck in the corner now too, asshole. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? It's not even worth going through it, as story mode is the same as a regular single player mode, except you get this small overworld to walk to different enemies instead of, skipping that shit. You can also use a code to get blood and fatalities, but why would you? As much as I like Michael Jordan Chaos in the Windy City, you would think I'd like this almost as much because it's just as goofy. But nah, it's all bad. Still funny to see Shaq get his ass handed to him by the Garbage Pail Kids though. This game gets a 1 Kazam out of 5. So what is Super Punch-Out? This is Super Punch-Out, the sequel to the NES Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, which itself was a sequel to the arcade releases of Punch-Out and Super Punch-Out, just with less Tyson. It was released in 1994 on the Super Nintendo.
What is this? Between Michael Jordan, Shaq-Fu, and Super Punch-Out, you have a serious love for Super Nintendo in 1994. Do something different.
If you don't know the premise of Punch-Out, basically, you're in a boxing federation where weight classes be damned. You're getting small guys paired up with super heavyweight beefcake, and you must make your way, starting from the scrub league, up the ranks by beating your opponent till you make it to the top of the food chain. You are Little Mac from the previous game, but you aren't, but you are, I don't know. You must fight your way past 3 leagues with 4 fighters each, with the 4th special league opening up if you're actually good at the game. Your basic controls include the standard punch-out jabs to the body and the face. You can dodge left, right, and duck to avoid enemy attacks. And just like the previous arcade games, if you can land blows on the opponent and not get hit, you can fill up a power gauge, which when full, give you the ability to land devastating hooks and uppercuts, similar to the Star Punch of the NES game.
Finish him.
Oh!
Fatality.
He needs some milk!
Or, new to this game, you can do a Hurricane Rush, which is a fast sequence of punches that can catch your opponent off guard. After a while, your character will enter a sort of frenzy mode, where the character flashes red and your punching becomes a lot faster. This can save you when you're getting absolutely destroyed by the opposition. Speaking of the opposition, let's talk about these walking stereotypes. These fighters are a wild bunch, ranging from YMCA boxers, the tough guys, the weird folk, and my favorite, the cheating bastards. They just blatantly say fuck the rules and do whatever. This guy literally spits in your face and headbutts you. This racist knockoff will literally kick you square in the mouth. Alright, you're going back up there. Can I get me again? Alright, you're going right back up there. Alright, sit down, please. I don't even know how this old man got cleared to compete, but that's a full-blown weapon he's smacking me with. The key to this game is learning the different patterns of your opponents and learning when to counter and stun them. This can be either visual or auditory. Every fighter has different ticks which show what attack is coming, and learning these ticks is the path to victory. Your goal is to drain your opponent's health bar and knock them down 3 times before the clock hits 3 minutes, or else you lose. 3 losses in a row, it's game over and retirement. And these later boxers are hard. But that's what's fun about the game, it's like a puzzle. Once you learn their weak point, it's only a matter of time till you take them down. You just gotta keep throwing yourself at it. And you'll never forget them either. Playing this 20 years later, I still know the patterns for most of the fighters up to the Special League. Speedrunners nowadays know the game so well, they can instantly knock fighters down with a very special key moment. But yeah, hit him in the stomach is good for interrupting his combos, but that frame animation of him like sticking his tongue out you takes forever. Ow, how did I get hit by that? Boom, boom. Get down. Oh, he's stunned. Boom, he's down. Oh, he's still up. Oh, no, he's not. I thought I was gonna have to hit him more than once, but I guess not. Some people are even playing this game blindfolded. It's madness. It's a pick up and play game. Always fun, always addicting. Runs a bit short though, once you figure everything out. And we're still waiting on a sequel that will never come out. Please, Nintendo, please! This game gets 4 Glass Joes out of 5. So what is X-Men Mutant Apocalypse?
You took everything from me.
I don't even know who you are.
This is X-Men Mutant Apocalypse, an underrated Super Nintendo beat-em-up. I think doesn't get the hype it deserves. It's no Final Fight 2 or Turtles in Time, but it's still a good pickup. Apocalypse has come to town menacing all of human and mutant kind, and you get the X-Men. You get 5 of the X-Men to take out the Eater of Smurfs and his band of merry dudes, mutants, and sentinels. You got Mr. Stabby Slashy, the douchebag, the cool one, Leotard O'Houlihan, and Super Quad's Beast. Also, Beast is fucking jacked. But I guess that's Beast in a nutshell. See, this is the type of jacked I want to be. I'm not that tall, right? So I want to be just built wide. Just complete inconvenience. I mean, what? Who said I'm not tall? I'm tall. Actually, everyone in this game is swole as hell. I need to catch up. Each character you choose has their own intro stage that you need to beat in order to move on properly with the story stages, where you can choose whomever you want. If any of these characters lose all of their lives on intro stages, then it's game over.
It barely touched me.
Once you get past the intro stages, if a character loses all their lives, then you can't use them anymore, which could prove difficult when certain characters are better for certain stages. There's a training mode available, but those are just the intro stages with an additional life and easier special move combinations. After the straightforward linear levels, you're back to choosing your character for individual final levels, where after that, you take down the very secret and very mysterious final boss enemy of the X-Men. It's Magneto again. Speaking of special moves, each of the X-Men have their own special moves and stage advantages. The special moves are activated using typical fighting game button combinations, and each work well in different situations. Wolverine can do a dash, uppercut, downward homing attack using his claws, and can climb walls to reach higher platforms. Cyclops has his optic beams, which eviscerate everything in his path. Psylocke has her psychic energy attacks, and can continuously bounce upward on enemies' heads. And down he goes. Now I need to get the hell out of here. Nope. You bastard. How am I still alive? I was running for my life. Gambit can throw his flaming gift cards everywhere, and beasts can stick on ceilings and bounce on enemies' heads over and over and over again. Besides this, it's pretty much a standard beat 'em up. Beat up the dudes until the dudes don't get up anymore, and get to the boss and beat them up too. You can find health pickups everywhere, and 3 X symbols per level, which will give you an extra life if you collect all 3. And that's basically it. Nothing crazy, it's just a solid, tight X-Men game that will keep you entertained, even if it is monotonous and repetitive. There is also no multiplayer, which is a bit sad. The special moves are a little limited and the soundtrack is just solid, but I still recommend giving this game a chance if you can ever find it. I give this game 3 swole beasts out of 5. So what is quarterback attack? Oh, my bad. So what is quarterback attack with Mike Ditka?
If you had to compare him to any other GOAT in any other sport, it had to be like Michael Jordan or something.
Quarterback Attack with Mike Ditka is one of the few non-EA football games, which also includes, hang on. So we have Madden. Okay, alright. Yeah, so Madden has held a grip on the public for a while when it comes to football games, thanks to an exclusivity deal between Electronic Arts and the NFL. Even games that try to come out after, which without using the NFL license don't have much of a chance of doing well. But before then, football games were all over the place, some good, some bad. And then there's Quarterback Attack with Mike Ditka!
Okay, Rook, today you get your shot. Nebbit here's out with a busted shoulder.
Yeah, just like John Madden has his paw prints all over the Madden franchise, you can't mention Quarterback Attack without Mike Ditka! Cause why not? Madden gets the by the numbers copy-paste yearly release job, and Ditka gets a first-person F&B quarterback game? What the fuck? Quarterback Attack with Mike Ditka was released in 1995 by Digital Pictures for the MS-DOS, Sega Saturn, and the 3DO, which is what I'm playing it on. It was also released on mobile in 2016, so I guess we got a Switch port to look forward to. The starting quarterback to the Washington Mexican royalty-free equivalent team goes down for injury, and you are the replacement. You call the plays like every other football game, and then, oh, what am I looking at? This game is basically a movie playing in the background with this PNG file acting as your character. You can look at receivers and throw the ball somewhere in their vicinity, but if they don't look even slightly open, or aim it at the parking lot, it goes incomplete, intercepted, or even better, you get sacked and got shit talked by Dick Micah. If you decide to run the ball, it's basically a predetermined FMV that you have no control over whatsoever. So the chance of getting yards, first down, or fumble is basically random. The same goes for kicking, punting, and even the damn defense. You really don't do anything. Why is this even a game? So yeah, the only real interaction you have with this game is just calling plays and leaving it up in the air what happens, or throwing the ball every play you get, which is also somewhat random what happens, unless you take too long to throw and get absolutely demolished by a lineman. I understand doing something out of the box different from the competition, but you should probably add more game to your damn game, Mike. The only thing you can do is play a game on different difficulty settings, nothing else. Only advantage this game has is it has Rick Burger! And judging by your taste in old bags of cornmeal, this game is probably not for you. I give this game 1 out of 5.
Hey, baby, you make me look good for my TV order.
Fuck! So what is Sonic 3D Blast? Sonic the Hedgehog is a legendary series, being the flagship of the Sega command against the Nintendo menace and its champion Mario. When Nintendo released the NES, which dominated against Sega's Master System, Sega responded by releasing the Sega Genesis with its new mascot, Sonic the Hedgehog. It was an instant hit, propelling Sega to equal levels with Nintendo. Nintendo didn't let this slow them down though, and they released the Super Nintendo with Super Mario World as a launch title. Mario's answer to the 16-bit Hedgehog. This nuclear arms race continued with each side releasing hit after hit after hit. After the release of Sonic 3 in 1994, Sega was looking ahead to their next console, the 64-bit beast known as the Sega Saturn, and the latest Sonic entry, Sonic Extreme! But they also had a last hurrah idea for the Sega Genesis to be released alongside Sonic Extreme in 1996, titled Sonic 3D Blast. Then Sonic Extreme was to Extreme for its own good. It ended up getting canceled. So Sonic 3D Blast was released with an additional Saturn port being released a time later. And the game was, oh my eyes! My eyes! Sonic 3D Blast was trash. I beat it and won't play it again. See, I've never beaten this, which is why I went to a retro store, saw it on the shelf, was like, you know what, I'm gonna go play that. So I literally bought this. I bought this from a retro store for $10. I spent $10 on Sonic 3D Blast. Sue me. Well, Sonic tried to make the jump to 3D on a less powered console and like, the graphics themselves aren't super ugly. They actually look a lot like the visual style of Super Mario RPG with the isometric gameplay. But as that was a slower RPG, its visuals really shined. Meanwhile, the gameplay in this is just You are Sonic the Hedgehog, big twist I know, and you're on a new island to save the Flickies, these mysterious birds with the ability to teleport. To find the Chaos Emeralds, naturally. That sick fuck Dr. Robotnik turned the Flickies into robots that need to be saved by Sonic. This game essentially is a basic Sonic game. Run through the level, grab rings to keep you alive, get power-ups by breaking these weird TVs, you know, the usual. What's different is this isometric view that's like Sonic is in a grid instead of a basic level. Which could be fun, but holy hell, Sonic is moving in molasses. He starts so slow, but when he actually gets going, my eyes! It's so hard to keep watch of Sonic when he actually starts moving. Like, you intentionally have to slow down to focus on what's happening. God damn it. God damn it, stop it! There's fucking pits everywhere. I mean, spike traps everywhere. God damn it! Stop it! Come back here, you fuck. God damn it! Pure agony. Anyway, the 3D focus changes the solid Sonic gameplay just a tad for this edition. For one, your goal isn't to make it to the end of the stage as fast as you can, like the other games. You must destroy 5 of Robotnik's minions to free the Flickies before either moving on to the next section of the level or moving on to the next act. This game actively conflicts with the Sonic premise. Gotta go fast, right? Nah, going fast will only lead you into a game border. You need to go at a brisk pace to search for power-ups, robot enemies, and also your friends. Yeah, Tails and Knuckles are in this game, but they aren't playable. They're just standing around, doing nothing. Hey guys, could you please help me? Please? Well, they don't do anything besides steal your rings unless you have over 50. Then you get sent to a bonus level, which why do you hate my eyesight? Now you have to travel this 3D bridge collecting enough rings to make it past the frequent checkpoints and hope to gather the Chaos Emerald at the end, which is important for the actual ending of this game. So you save the flickies, gather the emeralds, and make it to the boss after the standard 2 basic platforming levels, where you fight Robotnik's standard engineering failures. So what's next? If you don't gather the emeralds, after the last boss, Robotnik just gets away, no going after him, he just skedaddles. But if you do, you end up in a black hole against Robotnik's best robot, which is fought in multiple repeating phases that's super fucking frustrating. Beat it, and you free the flickies and win the day. Overall, yeah, this is a big step down from Sonic 3. I get they were trying to try something new, but you win some and you lose some. And this one is a relative L in history. If you want to play this game, you can play it in many different collections, as it's probably in there. This is basically a stocking stuffer. Don't worry, Sega, it's going to get better before it gets much worse for Sonic the Hedgehog. This game gets 2 flickies out of 5. So what is Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels? Finally starting Lost Levels. Let's see what type hell is this. So the story of this game isn't as simple as Nintendo made money releasing Super Mario Bros. So they released a sequel to make more money, at least for us uncultured Americans. In reality, the Lost Levels started out in Japan as Super Mario Bros. 2, released in 1986 on the Nintendo Famicom, the original model NES. It was by design an extension of the original game, with the same similar level structure, with 8 worlds with 3 levels and a Bowser Castle stage each. However, this game was made for players who beat the original game and wanted an additional challenge, and a challenge they received. The game was notoriously difficult, with all of the new additions being intentionally used to subdue player progress. In fact, even to this day, this game is among the hardest that Nintendo has ever released. Well, in their plan to continue expansion in the North American market, the top Nintendo execs believed that this game was way too difficult for a non-Japanese audience, and that would affect sales in the West. To combat this, Nintendo took a Japanese-only released game, Doki Doki Panic, saw it looked vaguely like a Mario game, and slapped the Italian plumber and his friends all over it, and released it in the US in 1988 as Super Mario Bros. 2. Say, this is the Super Mario Bros. 2 that the Japanese thought that we weren't strong enough for. The original Super Mario Bros. 2 was kept from the North Americans' pure virgin eyes for 7 years, until on the brand new Super Nintendo, the successor to the Nintendo. Super Mario All-Stars was released. Super Mario All-Stars was a compilation remaking all of the released NES Mario Bros. Games, including both the Japanese and English Super Mario Bros. 2, with updated 16-bit graphics and soundtrack. Well, we can't have 2 games named Super Mario Bros. 2 on this pack, right? Can't have that. So, the Japanese Mario 2 was given the subtitle The Lost Levels, and there we go, problem solved, nothing to see here, folks.
Wow.
Now, if you want to know how it plays, the fuck, it's essentially just Super Mario Brothers again. You know how this works by now, though without multiplayer and with the option to play as Mario Green version.
Hello, Mario.
Move your stereotypical Italian from one side of the screen to the other. Jump on or avoid the Goombas and various turtles running about. Get coins, get power-ups, find pipes to various sub-levels, find warp pipes to entirely different worlds, jump on the flagpole at the end of the level, and send Bowser to a lava doom every 4th castle level. Nintendo assumes that you know all this already, because everything new to this game actively fights against the player. For example, the lone new power-up for this game is the Poison Mushroom, which actively hurts the player, so you have to pay attention to what you're grabbing. Yo, wanka. Nope. Bruh. Fucker. Also new to this game are the Super Springs, which will launch Mario in the air, higher than any spring has done before. You can't see where you're landing till most likely it's too late and you're falling down a pit. But don't worry, you got the warp pipes that get you past the levels that have you stuck, right? Well, the programmers thought you got off too easy last time, so some of the warp pipes you can find will lead you backwards. Why are there hazards in the bonus level? This is supposed to be peaceful. Remember Mario Brothers 1 where getting a bonus level means you're free from like getting hit? This game is like, nah, you ain't getting no peace here, homie. I think I'm at the end of the level though. That's nice. Oh no, it's a warp. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Bruh. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, they will make you go to a previous level. It's so fucking cruel. But at its core, it's more Mario, and Mario with a challenge at that, which we don't get much of nowadays. So smile through the pain. The updated graphics in this are gorgeous compared to the NES counterpart, and the soundtrack is faithful to the original game. A new addition to the All-Star Collection to make these games easier is the saving system for each game, which will allow you to save and come back to a level even when you game over. It's worth struggling through the 8 worlds and seeing the Toads taunt you at the end of the level that teasing princess is in another damn castle. But hey, even after that, if you got to the end without using a warp zone, you get access to World 9, which is even harder. And if you beat that, you get access to the absolute madness that is Worlds A, B, C, and D, which will push you to the absolute fucking limit of your mental state. This game gets 4 teasing toads out of 5. Oh yeah, I can go over this. Haha, I'm free. I can do whatever I want. Alright, is this a warp? Fuck this game, yo. So what is Mega... You should already know what Mega Man is. Moving along.
Aren't they cute? What's with Rush? He must have a screw loose.
Gutsman! You guessed it, Megatwerp! And Cutman here to take my car!
Look, do you really expect me to discuss the mythical origin story of the obscure character known as freaking Mega Man? People know who Mega Man is, even if Capcom doesn't much anymore. But what else is there to talk about the original game? Well, Mega Man was released in 1987 for the Nintendo Famicom and was one of Capcom's first games specifically made for home consoles. Keiji Inafune is generally seen as the father and creator of Mega Man, which isn't completely true. Most of the character development was already made when Inafune hopped on board the project. He just added his little creative design sprinkles to finish most of the characters and handled the pixelization, so he's probably best seen as the abusive stepfather. As for the story, in the year 20XXX, robots and machines haven't reached Judgment Day yet, so they live peacefully side by side with humans doing their task in manual labor. Till that mean old Dr. Wily takes control of 8, oh wait, that's later, 6 robot masters, each designed after a specific construction role. Unlike the future games, Mega Man 1's robot masters are pretty simple. You get Cut Man, Guts Man, Elect Man, Ice Man, Fireman, and Bomb Man. They go wild, and the good old Dr. Light converts his helper robot into the powerful and marketable Mega Man. So you go from stage to stage, defeating robots, killing robot masters, acquiring their powers, and generally building yourself to take on the robophobic menace, Dr. Wily. If you're one of those poor unfortunate saps that haven't played a Mega Man game before, you select which level you want to take on first based on what robot master looks weak to you. You run across the stage, shooting your blaster at anything that looks vaguely like it's gonna kill you. When you take out enemies, they'll either drop energy, reload ammo for weapons you'll get in the future, or if you're particularly lucky, an extra life. And you'll need those extra lives, as the first Mega Man game doesn't pull its punches at all. Uh-oh. Ooh. Okay. No. Damn it. You fuck. I did not know that was there. Make it through the robot horde and you'll get to the robot master, which, if you defeat them, you'll gain their power. Then you pick your next victim. One thing to note here, as with all the Mega Man games, each Robot Master is stronger than another, so if you find a boss's weakness with another acquired power, it makes the boss fight super easy. In the future Mega Man games, you'll receive power-ups from Dr. Light that'll allow you to traverse levels a lot easier, but in Mega Man 1, you get none of that. You get points and you'll like it. Well, in Electro Man stage, you can find this random power-up that literally gives you a platform gun, which makes the game even easier. Need to get across these death pits? Platform gun. Don't feel like shooting those annoying hard hat enemies? Platform gun. Wanna make it above everything in the fucking level? Platform fucking gun. Already. Oh, well, I appreciate that. I'm gonna try again. Whee! There we go. Alright. Now I can go on. Loving all the old party. I didn't mean to do that. So after beating the 6 Robot Masters, you directly take on Wily and his awful gauntlet of levels and extra bosses. Make it through all the pain, take out Wily's Yellow Devil with the pause button and his other hellions, murk Wily himself in his multiple stages, and there you go, you win. Even though this is Mega Man at his bare basics, it is the first Mega Man game and all. It's still a fun game. It may lack all the advancements like the Mega Buster and Slide and Rush and everything else that pretty much makes these games even better, but it's still iconic. The music is still great and is remixed to this day, and the graphics, well, the graphics last through all the NES Mega Man games, so if you don't like the look out of it, get used to it cause you're gonna see it again in Mega Man 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10. Wait, what? This game gets 3 powered Mega Mans out of 5. And if you like what you see, be sure to give it a like, comment on it, do the whole YouTuber thing, blah, 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 blah. Comment on my video, guys, subscribe, all of that. I'm too awkward to do that. So what is Tecmo's Super Bowl?
My fellow Americans, our long national nightmare is over.
American football games nowadays are reduced to the yearly releases of the same glitchy bastard game that unfortunately has to bear the legacy name of John Madden, may he rest in peace. But back in the early years, everything was up for grabs. Established franchises were in their early years, so there was no clear frontrunner, and football was included in that. 10-yard fight, John Elway's quarterback, Cyberball, NFL Challenge, or if you're really feeling spicy, football on the Odyssey were among the different ways you can enjoy American football. One of the early franchises though? Tecmo Bowl. Originally released as an arcade game in 1987 by Tecmo obviously, the quick pick up and play nature of the game was attractive to anyone with a passing interest without fear of violating rules accidentally. However, it had its limitations. Not having the complete official NFL license meant they could only vaguely represent the cities that the teams come from, and even then, there's only 10 players on the field and 6 teams per conference. AKA there's no Steelers, so bad game! So, inevitably, a sequel was developed. Tecmo Super Bowl was released in December of 1991 On the NES, it was officially licensed by the NFL, which meant every team and roster member were included. Woo! Steelers! Tecmo's Super Bowl was an improvement in almost every way to the previous game, complementing the arcade gameplay while making small improvements that were greatly appreciated. For example, the teams have the full 11 players on the field, and instead of the only 4 plays of Tecmo Bowl, you can pick between double that in the new game. The game is still fast-paced, with a lack of penalties holding you back, but it also includes more aspects of actual football that weren't included before, such as timeouts, player substitutions, stat tracking, and most importantly, fumbles, so you can yell at your playable pixels for fucking up, just like real football. Speaking of playable pixels, these animated cutscenes are actually really impressive for the time and age, and really highlight how iffy the actual game looks. But that's overlooked because it's fun. If you don't know how to play hand egg, well, let me break it down. 2 teams of meatheads alternate having the ball depending on who wins an opening coin toss, and after a kickoff, the team that has the ball has 4 plays to either move the ball 10 yards to a first down marker or reach the end zone area against the other team. If they cannot achieve this, the ball is turned over to the opposing team and the roles reverse. This continues until one team scores, in which they earn 6 points and get an opportunity to score an additional point by kicking the ball through the field goal post, or 2 points if they choose if they want to run one additional offensive play. Then the ball switches teams, and it continues for 4 5-minute quarters with a halftime break midway through the game. That explanation may seem confusing, but it doesn't translate to the actual game, cause it is fun even if you aren't 100% in knowing what you need to do. Movement and plays feel so loose and active. You can run, throw simple routes, and juke the defenders out of their cleats. And on the flip side, you can bulldoze your way through your opponent and pile drive the quarterback mercilessly. It's such a fun time. An extra benefit, you can play with friends. 2-player absolutely makes this game. Playing with your friends is always enjoyable, even if those cheating bastards pick the Raiders and Bo Jackson. Yes, everyone should know by now Bo Jackson is absolutely broken. Even Family Guy has made this joke already. But oh well, if you don't have friends, 1 player is still fun. There's a season mode where you can play a team in a full conference schedule, but it's just back-to-back games essentially. You can also play Pro Bowl mode, where you can pick your favorite players for one team, so step right up for the fight for Bo. Tecmo Super Bowl is a product of its time, but that doesn't matter at all. It's still fun. It has its limitations being on the NES, but you'd be hard pressed to find a more enjoyable football game. This game gets 4 Bo Jacksons out of 5. So what is Metroid Dread?
And the 2021 Game of the Year is It Takes Two.
No! I'm still salty. It Takes Two, you're a good game, even a great game, but Metroid Dread was amazing and deserved to win. Yo, Joseph, I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish, but Metroid Dread was the best game of 2021. The best game of 2021. No, I'm not salty because I didn't play it with anyone.
I don't care about that shit.
Metroid Dread was the game we didn't see coming. It was originally hinted at in the early 2000s before being mysteriously dropped and never heard from again. We were looking forward to Metroid Prime 4 whenever Nintendo could be bothered to update us about it. But at a Nintendo Direct in 2021, we were finally shown the sequel to Metroid Fusion. And it is amazing! Okay, so backstory. This is the latest game in the timeline. After Metroid learns how to crawl, and after Samus gets infected by the X-Parasite and gets saved by a vaccine made from the creatures she made extinct.
The galaxy is at peace.
She gets an assignment to this random planet, and what does she find? But a Chozo, not encased in stone, which immediately beats her ass. By the power of bullshit, she's spared, though without her suit and power-ups, cause her upgrades are kept on to her suit by duct tape. And from there, you get to explore the deep chasms of this new unknown planet. This is basic 2D Metroidvania to the fullest. You run around, get stopped by obstacles that you don't have the power-ups for, and gradually recover every new thing that will progress you exploring the facility. The difference here? In each area, there's a certain zone that's inhabited by a robotic headhunter, called an Emmy. If they catch you, it's almost automatically game over. No, I hit him, bullshit. Yes, you motherfucker. I hate you, you son of a bitch. Fuck you. I say almost because you do technically have a counter, but the timing you must have to activate it is so precise, you're most likely getting killed. So you have to make your way through this planet, avoid getting shish kebabbed by killer robots, and find out just what the hell happened to your bounty hunter ass in the time Samus took a nap. In the series timeline, this is the most recent game after Fusion, with the Prime series and Other M occurring in the midpoint between NES Metroid and Fusion. And while being announced as a surprise, this game certainly isn't lacking in quality. It improves upon the gameplay of Super Metroid and the Samus Returns remake. You can shoot your blaster in every direction, shoot missiles, and have the ability to counter enemy attacks, which opens up opportunities to kill enemies instantly. Remember to counter, as it's your best friend in this game. Even bosses are susceptible, and you can trigger a cinematic sequence that adds on all kinds of additional damage if successful. You gradually explore your surroundings and fight big bad bosses and recover abilities that help you progress further into the areas that you couldn't get past before. Upgrades can be found everywhere, and the game actively encourages players to just venture out and search everywhere. I can go into spicy rooms now. Haha. Ooh, there's missiles down there. Oh, I'm dying. I don't care, I want it. Missile plus tank acquired. We got it. I'm dying. Get out of there, Samus. I am almost dead. Jesus Christ. Was it worth it? No. I mean, yes. All the basic content of a Metroidvania. And yet, it never gets stale. The gameplay is active enough where you can backtrack quickly. The map gradually gets revealed by stopping at map stations. The story narrative gets progressed by going to navigation rooms where you speak to Adam, aka strict overbearing parent who tells you what to do next. But unlike Fusion, it's pretty hands-off on where you go. It just gives you a general idea of where to go. When you get a new power, your instant thought is going back to where you remember places are blocked off and figuring out what it's hiding. Maybe it's hiding an upgrade. Maybe it's hiding a boss. Maybe it's hiding the entrance to an enemy zone, which comes directly after you and you can't get away fast enough. Ah! This game is actually difficult. Yeah, I know Nintendo games nowadays are nothing compared to the brutality that retro games provide, but hot damn, it's super refreshing that I actually see the game on screen more than once. Besides the quick enemy massacres that can only be stopped once I obtain a big fuck you laser in each zone, the bosses actually provide some challenge with the game mechanics, and it's been so worth it. Like, the Metroid series generally doesn't let you down besides a couple outliers, but it's been so long without a proper new entry, this has been sorely welcomed. And I kinda sorta love it. Like, I was eager yet cautious for Prime 4, but this scratches my Metroid itch, to the point that I'll continue playing even though I beat the game, just to discover everything it has to offer. I give this game 5 sexy Samuses out of 5. Oh, he was right there. Bullshit. You fucker. Get out of here with that. He was literally right behind the door. So what is Mike Tyson's Punch-Out?
want to eat his children. Spinal.
Technically the third game in the series, and the game that came right before Super Punch-Out on the Super Nintendo, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out was the first home console game in the Punch-Out series, and probably its most popular. It was released in 1987 on the Nintendo Entertainment System, first as a prize for participating in a Famicom Gold tournament, with Super Macho Man serving as the final boss. Then some Nintendo executives took a visit to a Mike Tyson fight and thought, we have got to get this guy on our game. And $50,000 later, we got Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, with Mike Tyson serving as the final challenge. Once the contract ended with Mike Tyson, the Mike Tyson name was removed in further releases, and he was replaced in the game by Mr. Bland, Boring, Milquetoast Palette Swap Dream. So in order to transition from the arcade to the super powerful 8-bit NES, certain concessions had to be made. Instead of the wireframe boxer previously used, your boxer was shrunk till you were left with this child, given the now iconic name, Little Mac. This was done so you could see your opponent better, who were adjusted to have more predictable patterns in their movement, all of which made the move to the NES a little easier. Like the other Punch-Out games, you can punch the body in the face with either arm, and you can also block, dodge, and duck to either side. But instead of a KO meter like in arcade and Super Punch-Out, you have a star counter. If you hit a boxer in a vulnerable moment, you'll get a star, with a maximum of 3 available to be farmed from opponents. You can use this star to execute a knockout KO star punch, which can devastate most boxers in the game, if not knock them out outright. Some of the later boxers won't even go down without a star punch to finish them off, so learning your opponent's weak spots is necessary. Another aspect of this game is the heart meter. This counter is your heart strength, I guess. If you get hit, block, or make contact with an opponent's blow in any way, your heart meter goes down. If your heart meter hits 0, your heart explodes, or your body shuts down, or whatever, because Little Mac turns pink and can only avoid punches. Avoid enough punches and you'll recover. Don't, and you'll get knocked down hard. You and your opponent can only be knocked down 3 times in a single round, by the way. Though, if you get punished enough between the 3-minute rounds of a fight, you won't be able to answer the 10 counts by Mario even if you wanted to. If a fight goes the distance, Mario will decide who wins, depending on the points, which, unless you've been dominating the entire fight, is basically a toss-up. Just like the other Punch-Out games, you'll work your way from the minor circuit to the major circuit to the world circuit. You don't have to face the blatant cheaters like in Super Punch-Out, but these guys will still give you trouble. You have to memorize each boxer's tricks that they either display or vocalize, and counterattack effectively. It's a lot of trial and error, but if you successfully memorize the boxer's patterns, you're a lot more likely to progress to the next opponent. The minor league and the major league have 3 opponents each with a champion at the end. But the world circuit is a wild mishmash of new boxers and old opponents with new patterns looking for revenge. If you lose at any fight, you'll usually get a rematch, unless you lose to a champion, but lose 3 times and it's game over. Don't worry though, you can start over at any circuit with a password generated after you beat a champion. You have to beat guys with absolutely absurd patterns, like Soda Popinski, Mr. Sandman, and Super Macho Man. Once you prosper through that, you've made it to the dream fight against Mike fucking Tyson. And oh god, why is Mike Tyson beating my ass like this? Holy shit. So, Mike Tyson is one of the hardest bosses in video game history. Every punch is a one-hit knockout for the first half of the first round, just to troll people who aren't even ready. Even getting past the one-hitter quitter stage, his pattern is so erratic, it's difficult to react accordingly. In my 20 plus years of living, I have made it to Mike Tyson many times. I have never beaten Mike Tyson. I've beaten every other Punch-Out console game besides this one, and Mike Tyson still haunts my nightmares. If it was any other game, I wouldn't be as obsessive with beating it, but I'm pissed and have a grudge. This game is still great, by the way. It's one of the few games that makes actual improvements on the arcade original. The changed visuals actually suits the game better than the arcade, and even though there's only like 5 or so music tracks in the game, all of them are memorable for better or worse. Actually, in terms of the NES Hall of Fame games, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is iconic for all the best reasons. Always fun to pick up and play and attempt to beat Mike Tyson and get smacked down to earth. Me, I'll be continuously throwing myself at this game every now and again, on stream, until I finally beat him. Until I finally reach the promised land of knocking out Mike Tyson. And one day I'll be the champion. He's scared, he don't want none. I'll eat his heart, I'll eat his children. Ah! This game gets 5 walking stereotypes out of 5. 3 seconds? 22 seconds. I lasted 22 seconds. I defied your expectation. There we go. That's a win for me. So what is Final Fight? Was anyone else like traumatized by this? Jesus Christ. Capcom and beat-em-ups were almost synonymous in arcades in the late 80s and 90s. So many good games were released under the Capcom umbrella that stood side by side with Konami games taking all the kids' quarters for years on end. Knights of the Round, The Punisher, Cadillac and Dinosaurs, the Dungeons and Dragons games, Avengers, those ones, Alien vs Predator, and most famously, the Final Fight franchise. Final Fight was first released in arcades in 1989 and was originally given the working title of Street Fighter 89. Yes, it was originally made as an original Street Fighter sequel before going off in its own direction. Even set to star Ryu and Ken before deciding to change course. Though that hasn't stopped Final Fight characters from making appearances in mainline Street Fighter canon. Set in the crime-riddled city known as Gotham, Metro City, new mayor Mike Hagar decides not to take bribes from the local church youth group called the Mad Gear Gang, and in response, they decide to borrow his daughter Jessica for a little bit. Well, joke's on them, the new mayor is a former wrestler built like Prime Arnie, and he intends to literally beat crime off the streets with his own 2 hands. Coming with him is Cody, a local street fighter who happens to be Jessica's boyfriend, and Guy, a local ninja. Okay, whatever you say. These 3 warriors must beat up the city's underworld one level at a time, beating up random dudes, punk rocker chicks, pro wrestlers, and Mad Gear maniacs until you make it to the leader, the rich businessman, Belgor, who's in a wheelchair, or office chair for the squeamish Americans, and trying to murder you with a crossbow. Naturally, your party doesn't respect the rights of the handy-capable, so you beat him up too, and toss him out the window to his doom. Jessica and Hagar reconciliate, Cody goes and tries to act too good for this shit, and Guy is here too, I guess. You and another player can choose 2 out of the 3 characters and go through the 6 available levels, beating up jobbers, picking up items for points, health restoration, or best of all, violence. You go from screen to screen, clearing out enemies in the name of justice till you make it to the boss, who are all different levels of crazy. You get local gangsters, killer weeaboos, crooked cops, packed militants, balding ultimate warrior, and of course, gun-toting old wheelchair-bound men. You can move in 8 directions around the screen, can punch with one button and jump with the other. You can jump and attack, get close and throw people around, or if you're really desperate, hit both buttons at the same time for a desperation attack that clears everything around you for a tiny bit of health. The 3 characters are differentiated by each one's specialty. Guy is the fastest, and while his fists are like pillows, he can jump off of certain walls. Hagar is the strongest of the 3 and can put his wrestling moves to good use, but he's as slow as a sloth. And Cody is smack dab in the middle of both of them, and can also cut a bitch with a knife instead of throwing it like the other characters. The game itself is a lot of fun, and hard at that. If you plan on beating this in the arcade, you better be ready to lay down some serious coin. Or just wait for the home console ports to come out. Finally, in 1990, or 1991 for all us dirty Yanks, Final Fight was released on the Super Nintendo. And now you and a friend can play all the Final Fight you could... Wait, no 2-player? Yeah, in order to make the jump to home console, a few concessions had to be made. First one is said before, No 2 players, so your friend has to wait a little longer to play while you get a turn. Next up on the removal list, there's only 2 playable characters in the game. Guy absolutely cannot be selected. He's just Thanos snapped out of existence. Thanos didn't just take him, however. Poison and Roxy, the 2 lady enemies of the game, have also been pulled, replaced with their Poundland Flippy equivalent, Billy and Sid. Cause Capcom USA weren't keen on having your heroes beat down on the lady folk. Well, they took out all of this, so the rest of the game is spared, right? Nah, an entire stage got as well. The industrial zone, in fact, which means the boss of the stage, Rolento, is also gone. All in the name of getting this arcade Chad on the Virgin Super Nintendo. Capcom USA in particular were so concerned for the wimpy West that some enemy names had to be changed. References to alcohol also had to be changed, and even the one solitary voice-acted line of the game during the bonus vandalism stage had to be changed.
Oh my god.
But even then, the port is still worth playing. Yeah, there's some clunkiness on top of everything I've explained before, like the transition between scenes being taken out of the Super Nintendo version, again for memory's sake. You're also being held to a lives continue limit, which causes you to see the horrifying screen where your character tries to escape a live bomb before the timer hits 0 and they explode. Ah! And without 2 players and unlimited continues due to being Richie Rich, the game is fucking hard. And there's no way to adjust the difficulty. The only thing on the title screen is game start, so playing this game on stream led me to find out that there is an option screen. You have to hit both L and R and start and select buttons at the same time, and bam, there you go. Why couldn't this have been a simple menu option instead of behind a secret input combination? What the hell, Capcom? But after all that, it's still Final Fight. Just a slightly stripped down version. It's worth playing if you can't play the arcade version. And better yet, if you wanted to play as Guy, years later they released an updated game called Final Fight Guy, where they improved the experience by finally including Guy, giving you 2 characters to play with. Again, this game gets 3 guys out of 5. So what is the Pokemon Stadium Rental Randomizer Challenge? Ah, you failed. Pincer, go explode! Power to the people! Oh, what? What? Pokemon as a whole is one of the biggest franchises in the world. The video games, anime, card games, toys, betting, pretty sure I saw a Pikachu themed generator somewhere, is basically ingrained in popular society.
Hey, little buddy, want a ride?
Pikachu!
Yeah, whatever.
Late 90s, you'd be hard pressed to find someone who had a Game Boy who didn't have a copy of Pokemon Red, Blue, or Yellow in their weird Game Boy carrying cases. Animal fighting has never been more popular than when Pokemon was released. But playing this game on this itty bitty screen was difficult, if not in perfect conditions. Where can I see animal violence in 3D? Boom! Pokemon Stadium was released in Japan in 1999 and North America in 2000 on the Nintendo 64. It made good use of the 64-bit capabilities to show all the cute and lovable Pokemon available in Gen 1, beating the absolute crap out of each other, fully animated. Better yet, the game came out with an accessory called the Transfer Pack, which lets you bring over your Pokemon from your Game Boy games over to the big screen, moves, level, and all. That was the main appeal of this game, but if you didn't have the Game Boy games, no worries. You were able to rent almost all of the Pokemon, all at level 50, at your leisure. Now if you're able to do that, why even bother transferring over your Pokemon? Well, I'll explain later. But renting your preferred Pokemon has its advantages, such as customizing your team for each of the challenges you face in Pokemon Stadium, including the Gym Leader Castle. The Gym Leader Castle section of the game is one of the challenges that most represents the Game Boy titles. You challenge the 8 gyms from the games one by one, taking on 3 underlings and 1 gym leader each. If you lose, you have to start over from the beginning of the gym, and if you win, you get to progress to the next gym. Beat all the gyms, and you get to challenge the Elite Four and the Champion. Doesn't sound too hard, right? Especially since you are able to choose your Pokemon at will, right? Well, what if that control was taken away from you? The Pokemon Stadium Rental Randomizer Challenge is simple enough. 6 Pokemon are chosen as always, but instead of you choosing them, you leave your choices up to a random Pokemon generator, which you can find on the good old internet. Look, see? There you go. You let the bot choose your team of 6, register it, and you're ready to proceed as normal. If you beat a gym, you move on to the next with the same team. If you lose, you must generate a new team and try again. Sounds simple, right? Well, the difficulty comes in depending if RNG-chan is feeling friendly towards you at that particular moment, because it can be real demoralizing when your balanced dream team gets screwed and your next team is composed of a Kakuna, a Squirtle, a Farfetch'd, a Rattata, a 7-Eleven hot dog, and a damn Mr. Mime. But how could my good team lose, I hear you say? Well, besides misplays, bad matchups, and just regular schmegular rotten luck, there's another balancing factor, which actually makes this a lot harder. You know how convenient it is to be able to use every single Pokemon without having to actually go out and catch them, like the Game Boy games? Well, the balancing factor is, you don't get to choose their moveset or stat advantages, and oh boy, the Pokemon who still have evolutions to go have good moves but really bad stats, and the fully evolved ones have great stats but absolutely baffling choices for moves. For example, Charizard is a pretty popular Pokemon, right? Box art representative and non-dragon Dragon King? Well, how do you feel about your Charizard having Fire Spin, a move that only does minimal damage? Or Fly instead of, oh I don't know, Fire Blast, Wing Attack, Dragon Rage? And every single fully evolved Pokemon shares this fate. All of their younger siblings have absolutely better moves than them, and that's real frustrating when you think you're getting a beast, when in actuality, you are boned. And this, my dear viewers, is the challenge of the Rental Randomizer. Unlike regular Pokemon, you can't set up and strategize the way you like. Instead, you must run with whatever the game gives you and make it work. It forces you to possibly use Pokemon that you would have definitely wouldn't have taken a look at normally. You know, like Mr. Mime, and try your best. Now, because of this, you might lose. A lot. Like a lot. And have to start over again and again and again. This is also made even more difficult because this is Gen 1 mechanics. So no conveniences like the special attack and defense split, the physical and special split, no held items, and worst of all, moves like Wrap, Constrict, and Fire Spin will trap you and make you unable to attack for turns on end. And don't let the attacking Pokemon be faster than you, cause then you'll be trapped till you switch out, then get trapped again, and you try and fight, and nothing happens, and you go try to fight, and you go ah! Overall though, in the beginning, it's at least a fun waste of time and provides a decent challenge to anyone looking for some spice. I recommend at least trying it, but don't push yourself too hard to beat everything, as Giovanni and the Elite Four / Champion will absolutely bully you. You can do this challenge with Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2, with 2 being even more unfair than the original. You can't do this for Pokemon Battle Coliseum, because that game is a waste of memory. I give this challenge 3 rage quits out of 5. I hate this game. I hate this game so goddamn much. I hate it. I hate it. So what is Pokemon Snap?
Today's assignment, photograph the elusive Pokemon. How do you do it? You're gonna be fast. Ah! You need a keen eye, the best equipment, and lightning-quick reflexes.
No, you don't. All you need is Pokemon Snap, the first Pokemon game for N64. Find them, frame them, and shoot. You can even bring your Snap cartridge to a participating Blockbuster video and print out stickers of your favorites.
Doesn't look like they're coming out today. Hard luck.
Pokemon Snap, gotta catch them.
Everyone likes the Pokemon franchise, right? Pokemon Red and Blue are so cool. Catch all the Pokemons and train them to defeat all your opponents so you can trade your level 100 starter to your neighbor for his Mewtwo and yank out the link cord so you can get both and dance on his angry, bitter tears. What's that? Now they have a Pokemon anime? Now every Saturday morning you can pester your mom and dad to give you overly sugary cereal while you park in front of the only TV in the house to watch Ash Ketchum cheat his way through the Pokemon League and never win the big dance. Not enough Pokemon for you, huh? Well, now here's the card game. Do you and your friends know how to play it, the actual game? No! But you still waste your parents' money just for the chance to get that sweet, sweet Charizard. But will most likely end up with another Rattata. Still not enough? Well, let's see. We have Pokemon plushies, toys, a board game, a movie, Pokemon utensils, Pokemon sheet, Pikachu branded Pedialyte, Pokemon camera. Yes, take pictures of Pokemon on sale now for the N64. Don't let your parents even think of peace until you get it. Pokemon Snap was released for the Nintendo 64 in 1999 and is literally a first-person photography game where you take pictures of Pokemon. Deadass. Let me explain. You are Todd Snap, this nerd hired as an unpaid intern to Professor Oak, who contracts him to go to different environments and take pictures of Pokemon. You are given an on-rails vehicle to coast in, and you mingle among the different Pokemon, watching their various behaviors and take pictures of them at their most vulnerable moments. If this seems weird that the normally violent dog fighting franchise is reduced to taking pictures, then you would be correct. Originally announced as a Nintendo 64 DD title, which itself was a magnetic disc add-on for the Nintendo 64, that was only released in Japan because it was a piece of shit, didn't sell well. Pokemon Snap started out not even as a Pokemon game, but instead as a game called Jack and the Beanstalk, where you can take pictures of seeds, and Jack, and the Beanstalk, I guess. Then someone at HAL Laboratory and Nintendo saw the Pokemon franchise making gangbusters and had this super bright idea to scrap the original concept and put Pokemon all over this project. Due to the delays of the 64 DD development, however, the game was moved to the original N64, which I bet the people who fell for buying the 64 DD were super pleased about. The game is pretty basic. Every level is on rails and rides typically go through the same actions each time, with Pokemon going about their own lives everywhere around you, besides some specific instances. Todd can spin all around with his camera and take pictures of anything in the surrounding area. You want to take a picture of Pikachu? Go ahead. You want to take a picture of Pikachu talking to a Diglett? Your choice. Want to take a picture of a Pikachu doing this? More power to you. You have 60 shots available to take pictures of everything you see. Once you run out, that's it, you're done. So what is the goal of committing voyeurism against these innocent animals? Once the level is done or you run out of film, you can choose what pictures you think Professor Oak will like, and also pick pictures that you like and want to keep. After which, the game turns into your high school nightmare, where Oak judges your photos based on presentation, composition, and other variables. Sometimes it goes in your favor. Other times, Oak doesn't know what the fuck he's looking at. After all the judging, all your points are added up to your total, which, if you cross a certain threshold, will earn you new courses to drive through or new items to use. The new items basically change the gameplay loop. As before, you had basically no way to interact with the environment, besides take pictures of a Meowth getting murdered by a bunch of Pidgeys who you couldn't save. But with the new stuff you get, you'll be able to affect the behaviors of Pokemon you go past. Like, instead of this Electrode sitting peacefully minding its business, why not throw an apple at it? Or what about throwing an apple in between this Charmander and Magmar and watch them fight to the death for it? Maybe I can play the Pokeflute and watch the Snorlax get down. Taking pictures of Pokemon in these special positions because of these items will result in a bigger score from Oak, so it's highly encouraged to experiment and see what happens. Now, this game doesn't include all 151 Pokemon, instead only having 65 featured, with the final boss being the legendary Pokemon Mew, who's a little shy bastard. Once you accomplish taking a picture of Mew, that's it really. Take increasingly better photos and hope Oak isn't super strict and just have a good time. The game is relatively short, and in reality, you don't really do much nowadays after you get tired of that. When the game came out, however, you could take your game cartridge and memory card to a Blockbuster, and they would have a sticker printing station where you could print prints of your photos, which was awesome. But good luck finding these machines, or yet alone a Blockbuster nowadays. Other than that, it's a simple N64 game. It looks nice and sounds nice and a good waste of a couple hours if you want to play. If you are looking for something meatier and more modern, this game recently got a sequel on the Switch, called New Pokemon Snap, in case this game doesn't completely satisfy your creepy photography urges. This game gets 2 blocky Pikachus out of 5. So what is Skate or Die, Bad and Rad?
It's radical! Radical!
Ow! Come on. Booty. The Skate or Die series has been long forgotten in history, with only 5 games coming out, and the last one coming out in 1991 on the Game Boy. The games have had a mix of genres, but they were all based around shredding like crazy on a board. Before the Tony Hawk series, you had a random mishmash of extreme sports video games, such as summer games and such. The original Skate or Die was an NES game released in 1987 where you compete in different skating events, such as ramp, high jump, downhill race, and so on, with computer characters. The sequel, Skate or Die 2, Double Trouble, was more of a platformer where you use weapons on your skateboard to shred against the man and save your girlfriend. The third game in the series was basically the first game, but cold. But the fourth game in the series took after the second game mechanically, except portable. Skate or Die, Bad and Rad was released in 1990 on the Nintendo Game Boy, the top-selling portable console ever. The Game Boy was a natural evolution for the 8-bit franchise, so instead of shredding across lands for sweet tricks and grinds, you were skating through dangerous lands in the quest to save your skater girl who was kidnapped. Yes, really. You skate through random environments, either side-scrolling or overhead view, and try to make your way through different hazards as everything and their mothers try to kill you. Animals, spikes, random people with knives don't like you skateboarding on their time and will do everything in their power to stop you. And why are these random assortment of people so mad at you? I don't know. The boss of the first level is a clown. You fight a scuba diver on a skateboard, for goodness sake. Some guy on a bridge tries to hook you and drop you to your death. Even the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles come in to fuck you up for trespassing in their sewers in one level. And is this skateboarding Batman? So yeah, the levels. You go through each level on your skateboard because you never get off your skateboard. You press one button to duck and another to jump, and that's it. Survive the onslaught of ridiculousness for 7 levels. Yes, only 7, it is a Game Boy game. You have a life bar and a finite number of continues, though it doesn't really matter when a death pit and spikes kill you instantly. The good news, however, is levels 1 through 4 are automatically unlocked for you to choose, and if you make it beyond them, the levels are automatically added and directly selectable, as long as you'll turn the console off. No! Okay. The controls are tight, which is pretty much required since a lot of these jumps come at the last second. And if you don't hit the precise frame, you are dying, buddy. Your method attack is just doing the Mario method of jumping on enemies, though sometimes the frames will just end with you getting hit. However, you can pretty much hurt anything including bosses doing this, and any bouncing projectiles can be sent back with this method as well. The music is decent 8-bit affair, but nothing spectacular. So yeah, this game is pretty simple. It has to be, really. It's a Game Boy game designed for snotty kids to play in their parents' backseat on the car ride home. That being said, it's a pretty fun time. It's simple. It's frustrating because of the sudden death traps and figuring out what you can do in response to certain stage hazards. Plus, it's extremely short in length, but it's nothing that would severely hold you back from giving it a play. Plus, if you're uncoordinated on a skateboard and have dreams of heroism like me, this will satisfy all your fantasies. This game gets 2 killer clowns out of 5. Go. Alright. Is that a bomb? That is a bomb. Damn it. So what is G.I. Joe, the arcade game? Arcades were fun, right? Pestering your parents back in the day for their pocket change so you can waste it on the first level of the newest Time Crisis before going back to your parents again, raising their blood pressure more than that salty Auntie Anne's pretzel that they just ate already did. You know what else was fun? G.I. Joe, the cartoon series made by Hasbro that was about the cool, diverse G.I. Joe army fighting against the Cobra terrorism, but less violent, for the kids. So many cool characters and gadgets. all of which Hasbro did what they did best and market them directly to kids in the form of action figures and merchandise, which again caused little Jimmy to aggravate his parents till they bring out that morning's vodka. So with both of these as popular as can be in the 80s and 90s, Konami thought of a way to bring them both together. G.I. Joe, the arcade game, was released in 1992 to video arcades across the world. A third-person rail shooter, you take control of a G.I. Joe operative of your choice to run and gun through the level. Your choices include the All-Stars. You can play as Duke, Snake Eyes, Scarlet, or Roadblock. So sorry to all the Shipwreck fans, your boy ain't here. Your character auto-runs through the environment with you controlling what side of the screen they walk towards. Enemy soldiers and equipment will either come directly toward the screen or fire shots towards you, to which you have control in avoiding them and environmental hazards. You can take a few shots to the life bar till it drains completely and you lose a life. Lose all your lives, and that's another quarter. Which, by the way, once you insert another credit, you get the iconic yell, "Yo, Joe!" It's super satisfying to hear every single time. Now, what's your defense against the Cobra Menace? You have your primary shoot button, which fires a shot where your crosshairs are currently sitting. With this, you can kill soldiers, blow up helicopters, destroy hangars, even terraform the environment. Now, pressing this button repeatedly can tire the fingers, so on top of that, you are able to use grenade missiles which deal a greater area of damage. These are limited, however, with your character starting with 5 and can only be restocked with these missile pickups, up to 9. Those aren't the only pickups, however, as the pickup with the red cross will completely heal your current life bar, and the pickup with an R turns your regular gun into a machine gun, letting you rapid fire by holding the button instead of tapping it. You lose this power up after you get hit though, so be careful. The game is composed of 3 overarching levels, each with multiple sections that are broken up by boss battles, by either an operative of Cobra, a giant machine, or both, including Destro, the Baroness, and Big Bad Skeletor, Cobra Commander himself. You actually fight him twice, with Cobra Commander bringing his robot double to terrorize you before taking you on himself. Beat him the second time, and you win and save the world. G.I. Joe is a simple, mindless rail shooter that will keep you entertained the whole way through. It's not too difficult, so if you ever find any of these in the wild, you will most likely get your money's worth. The graphics look genuine to the show, and while the music is pretty forgettable, it isn't distracting to the game. The game can be played by 4 people at one time, each taking control of one Joe, so everyone can yell out, "Yo, Joe!" and annoy the rest of arcade. This game hasn't been released on a home console, so you may have to seek out unscrupulous means to play this hidden gem. This game gets 3 Joes out of 5. So what is Gun.Smoke?
All right, Pinhead, your time is up. Who you calling Pinhead?
Gun.Smoke was released in arcades in 1985 by good old Capcom, who basically owned an entire section of your local neighborhood arcade and pizza joints. You take the role of Billy Bob, local bounty hunter who's the head badass in the West. You walk vertically, running and gunning down the bad banditos, picking up power-ups to either strengthen your shooting or get points. You avoid getting shot and crushed by scenery, and take out the boss of each level without losing your entire paycheck. Simple enough, right? Well, in 1988, Capcom brought Gun.Smoke to the NES, so you can stop being so irresponsible with your rent money. Just like most ports, some changes had to be made to get the game on properly. For one, the story was actually expanded on to make it a complete game. You're still Billy Bob the mercenary, but instead of hunting some random ruffians, you're after the Wingates gang, who attack and take over the town of Hicksville and cause trouble until our hero arrives. The Wingates are still some of the same bosses from the arcade, 6 out of the 10 actually. Guess they all came together at a bowling alley and made an agreement to band together, no matter what. But the game is still essentially the same. Walk to the top of the screen shooting dudes shooting at you, and try not to catch a bullet in return. One button shoots diagonal to the left, and the other shoots diagonally to the right. Press them both together, and you shoot in a straightforward line, which is used to get over the 3-button system in the arcades. You can shoot the barrels to the side for power-ups for your range and firepower, or find money for points, extra lives, and vulnerability, which is also exclusive to the NES, and Skulls, which, you know, is bad. Something exclusive to this version are multiple weapons. These take the place of the additional power-ups of the arcade version, with each weapon changing out your shooting style. Shotgun lets you shoot double the amount of bullets at one time. Machine gun makes your bullets go super fast and frequent. The smart bomb activates once you take a hit, clearing the screen of enemies and allowing you to continue on. And then there's the Magnum, which packs double the amount of power, killing bad guys twice as fast. To use these weapons, you have to first buy them from one of the bystanders calling for your attention. Who do they take? Points, of course. Get the required amount of points, then you get the extra guns, which you can only lose if you die with it equipped. You'll also need bullets, which are dropped by enemies or sold by the other NPC bystander. What else do they sell? Well, you can buy a horse, which gives you more mobility and can take 3 more shots till it dies. They also sell this wanted poster of the guy you're after, but I don't know if you really need it. So after gathering the weapons, upgrades, and nice shiny horsey that you want, you just keep traveling forward. And traveling. And traveling. And haven't I seen you before? So yeah, the screens loop endlessly, and unless you notice that, you'll be playing the same level forever. How do you escape this genjutsu? Well, by buying the wanted poster, of course. Buying the wanted poster opens the way to the boss of the level, which once you beat them, you move on to the next level. Or you get super lucky and find a wanted poster out in the wild, so you don't have to pay the big bucks for one, whichever comes first. And this establishes the gameplay loop for this game. Continuously walk to the top of the screen, take out enemies, gather points and pickups, buy better weapons and ammo to make yourself more lethal, buy a horse to stun on these hoes, and either buy or pick up a wanted poster that will take you to the boss of the level, which if you take them out, gives you a bounty on their heads and points, and you move to the next level. Now when you die, you lose the gun you are currently using, but you keep your points and the rest of the weapons. Lose all your lives, you must start at the beginning of the level with no points or weapons at all. Now if you do this on the first level, no biggie, try again. But having to restart from ground zero of nothing on level 5, where dudes will come after you with a vengeance? Yeah, alright. Gun.Smoke is a relatively simple arcade port that adds a few things and removes a few things, but doesn't take away from their overall game. Yeah, it's NES quality, which means the sounds and the graphics aren't as crisp as the arcade, but it's worth playing through on your own, and of seeing if you can drive those pesky wind gates out of town. I do recommend getting good and not having to continue though, as starting from scratch past the first 2 levels is basically like the Dallas Cowboys actually trying to be something. This game gets 3 cowboys out of 5. I picked up my tea at the wrong time. Oh no. My throat. I'm trying. The fucking hot tea was like literally sitting on my throat while I was trying to. I don't know why I didn't pause the game. So what is Kirby's Dream Course?
Alright, son, what's he look like?
Well, he was pink.
Caucasian?
No, pink.
And big, you saying?
Yeah, like a big marshmallow.
And what'd he do?
He made me and my friend play this game, Avalanche, and he dumped all these little blobs on me. And the only way that I could survive was if I buried my buddy in boulders.
Oh, look, he's a cutie. Is this the guy?
Kirby's Avalanche, the chain reaction puzzle game, or try Kirby's Dream Course. It's Psycho Golf in 3D, only for Super NES.
Alright, son. Marshmallow?
Out of all of Nintendo's mascots that get copy-pasted from game to game from the NES until now, Kirby is the most laid-back yet super popular series they have under their belt, you know, other than F-Zero, which is lost in the ether somewhere. Kirby has had its name plastered on every Nintendo console over a load of games, but yet, the games are all mostly chill, relaxing platforming affairs that in all honesty, are super cute. Kirby first appeared on the Game Boy of all things as the brainchild of Smash Daddy Sakurai, and has since starred in over 30 games, starting from sucking up and stealing enemy powers in 1992, to the latest game, released with Kirby devouring cars in 2022. Among those, Kirby has had his fair share of spin-offs, from getting an invite to Smash every iteration, to puzzle games, racing games, fighting games, and even the most amazing of all, Pinball. But if Kirby is going the Mario Cash Cow route, where are all the sports games? Well, technically Kirby does have a sports game under its massive belt, and it's a lot of fun, and possibly a good way to end those nagging long-term friendships. Kirby's Dream Course was released in 1994 for the Super Nintendo. As you can guess from the name, it's a golf game, or more precisely, mini golf. It started off as a standalone game called Special T-Shot in 1992 with nothing to do with the little puffball. But HAL, the studio behind both this game and the Kirby franchise, saw the potential for the corporate synergy and hit the good old Control-C, Control-V, and voila, you get Kirby's Dream Course, where you hit Kirby's enemies with your ball, then shoot the ball in the hole. Now is Kirby the one hitting the ball? Nope, Kirby is the ball. You hit your little pink puffball into the various enemies in the specific course you are on, so Kirby can do his trademark swallow and eat method. Your goal is to eat every enemy on a level until one is left, after which they get so scared that they use magic to transform into the course hole, which Kirby needs to be put into to finish and proceed to the next hole. You only get a certain amount of stroke, which is represented by the tomato life bar. Every time you take a shot, one tomato is consumed. If all the tomatoes are gone, Kirby dies! You can restock on tomatoes by eating enemies, so as long as you don't make stupid shots, you'll be fine. Not all enemies are these regular Waddle Dees and rock monsters that just give Kirby a meal. Some are these weirdos, which, if eaten, give Kirby a special ability to help him traverse the course, such as Speedball, High Jump, Ice Skate, and even UFO. As for game modes, you have a one-player mode where you play 8 different worlds, each with 8 different holes with different challenges to overcome for the lowest par score. In order to progress to the next world, you must beat all 8 holes without getting a game over. Depending on how you do against the computer, you could either get a medal or begrudgingly D+ to pass to the next world. You have a small amount of lives that get restocked at the beginning of each course, but if you run out of tomatoes representing your health, that's another life gone. Run out of lives, and you have to restart at the beginning of the world you are on. After you at least beat the 8 worlds, you'll have a final battle with King DDD and his golf robot? Yeah, this final boss kinda comes out of nowhere. I kinda expected having to beat him in a special course or something, but whatever. You have to hit the robot in the face a couple of times without getting pushed all the way back. There you go, you win. For my money though, the best mode is definitely the multiplayer. You and a friend have a choice between 4 different courses, with each person competing for the most stars by the end, which you get by eating enemies and being the first to the hole. The best part, at the end, you'll have one less friend to buy a birthday present for, cause holy shit, this gets competitive real fast. Besides the standard bumping, blocking, and attacking your friend to mess up their shots, you can also steal stars by spinning into them, leading to more residual hatred that I wouldn't be surprised ends up in a fistfight. But that's just the name of the game, and the game is great. The game is cute, the soundtrack is cute, the shooting adjustments are responsive, and the power-ups make the game that much more interesting. So what holds this game back? Well, maybe they could have included more single and multiplayer courses especially, and some of the physics in the game are a little wonky, which will leave you questioning what the game thinks hitting an object is. But beyond that, Kirby's Dream Course is a fun take on the Nintendo sports spin-off genre that deserves a sequel in the future.
Bye!
This game gets 4 power-ups out of 5. So what is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, heroes in the half shell. Take part! They are the world's most fearsome fighting team. The heroes in the half shell and their queen. When the evil Shredder attacks, these turtle boys don't cut him no slack. Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, heroes in the half shell. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles! Shredder's Revenge.
What in the absolute hell? A new TMNT beat 'em up in 2022? Where did this come from? The last classic 2D style TMNT game we got was Turtles in Time Reshelled, and yeah, that didn't turn out too well. So where did this come from? Well, let's start from the beginning. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles for you dirty Europeans. The arcade game was released to arcades in 1989 by Konami. It was a beat-em-up in which you saved April O'Neil and Master Splinter from the devious Foot Clan and their leader, Shredder. You could play as all 4 turtles who each had their own attack cycles, attributes, and special moves. Though you usually had to play as the turtle whose slot in which you inserted a quarter to. So most likely back in the day, you probably wanted to play as Michelangelo, but most likely were left playing as Raph. The game was a huge success and led to financial success to every arcade that had it stocked in the early 90s. This was followed up by the arcade sequel, Turtles in Time. This was a vast improvement over the previous game and was just as popular with arcades, again booming with turtle maniacs yelling "Cowabunga" while the attendant wanted to shove his fingers into his brain. Meanwhile, on the console front, you had the standard NES platformer game, the very inferior arcade port, the better sequel to the arcade port, and the absolute double gems of TMNT Turtles in Time on the Super Nintendo and TMNT Hyperstone Heist on the Genesis. Then, throughout the next 2 decades, we got a bunch of 3D hack and slashers of, let's just say, varying quality. We also got Turtles in Time Reshelled, which got everyone's hopes up and just as quickly threw them on the ground and spat on them. And after that, there wasn't really much attention being paid towards TMNT games, until now. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge was released in 2022 on the Nintendo Switch. So this officially makes this the most modern game I've talked about to this point. The game was developed and published by the tag team of small studios Tribute Games and Dotemu in collaboration with Nickelodeon because, you know, they own the franchise now. Instead of basing it on some of the modern Turtle series, however, this one is based on the classic 80s/90s series, so the sweaty nerds on the internet will cheer with joy. So you get the classic turtles, classic villains, classic weird side characters, all of it. And the throwback universe isn't where this stops, as the full game is a loving tribute to the classic arcade sprite looking gameplay, and it's such a familiar feeling picking this up for the first time and realizing, wow, this is really familiar and I'm actually playing this. This is happening. In classic beat 'em up fashion, you pick one of the 4 turtles and guide them through level after level, defeating various foot soldier variants with different weapons and tactics. You also fight random monsters such as the rock monsters, the tyrannos, and all the robots and claptraps you can handle. This time, however, April O'Neil isn't the damsel in distress. She's an actual playable character and is hardcore. Master Splinter also gets off his lazy butt and joins in on the fun, giving you a choice of 6 different fighters, which can turn into 7 because Casey Jones is also unlockable. And all these fighters aren't similar at all in playstyle or in personality. Each have their own advantage when it comes to range, power, and speed, such as Donatello using his long broom handle to reach across the room, and April being the fastest in the game to get away from being captured again. Each also have their own special moves that wipes out more enemies on the screen than a standard attack cycle, and each have their own taunt, which on top of giving you a full special move bar, really brings out the personality of each of the characters. The sprite work as a whole has had a lot of care put into it. Each of the sprites, from walking cycle to hitting, to slide attacking to special attacks, all feel different for each character and feels true to their personalities. It was fun to catch the little nuances, such as Raph being cocky in his walk and attack, or Mikey running like a doofus, or sliding on a shell for sweeping attacks. The game is comprised with about 16 levels set in the 80s TMNT universe, with some locations not yet being shown in video game form. You walk from screen to screen, clearing out enemies as they come by, trying not to get beat up by the cruel stage hazards until you make it to the end, where you fight a boss who is usually recognizable if you watch the classic series, such as Baxter Stockman, Leatherhead, Bebop and Rocksteady, Krang, who's literally reassembled through the plot of the game, and old Kevin Nash himself. Along the way, you can find pickups that will be familiar to those who have experience with the previous arcade games, such as the health restoring pizza and the spicy top power pizza that will cause your character to go into a spinning rage, attacking anyone who gets close. Joining the lineup is the Infinity Pizza that will give you unlimited supers for a short period of time. The super meter is new to this style of game as well, but it is a welcome addition instead of anything that will hinder you. As you beat up bad guys without getting hit in return, your super meter will build up. As soon as one bar is full, you are able to use one of the few available super moves that produce bigger screen clearing attacks. If by some miracle you save up to 3 full super meters, you are able to activate Radical Mode, which gives your character extra strength for a short period, which can help with those nagging bosses. Do you have friends? Well, of course this game has multiplayer mode, and with up to 5 of your buddies, you can take on the Foot Clan with the entire Turtle team. Multiplayer scales the difficulty slightly, but this is compensated with additional moves that you can perform, such as team attacks, sharing life by slightly motivating each other, and the most important, being able to save teammates from losing a life if you can reach them in time. You have your standard arcade mode available, which, limited lives, limited continues, walk across this pit of danger, beating up ninjas with traffic cones, and other such household objects laying about. But you also have a story mode, which unlike arcade mode, you can save and come back to at your leisure. But beyond this, story mode is just arcade mode with the world map. And yes, I'm being serious. Yes, there are additions such as challenges, collectibles, hidden cameos from classic side characters who may ask you to go to the grocery store for them, an unlocking progression system for the moves and attributes that you would just get in arcade mode, and the previously mentioned Radical Mode. It's kind of disappointing, especially as you consider how it's pretty short already and doesn't add too much to the experience. The sound effects for this game are also kinda jank. Like sometimes the sound design sounds true to the classic show, but other times you wonder if they recorded lines in a crowded cafeteria. Again, it's nothing game breaking, but it's definitely noticeable. You know what is game breaking, however? The taunt giving you a full special meter. This isn't too bad in arcade mode where you only have 1 meter, but in story mode where you can build up to 3, taunt spamming becomes ridiculously easy, and everything breaks down to taunting on a clear screen, then using all the specials and repeat. This gets especially bad online with other people, to the point where you don't even want to bother. You know what this game excels at though? The soundtrack. The songs in this game are amazing. Each one captures the spirit of the old show and the 80s/90s as a whole. When your soundtrack has the Wu-Tang Clan on it, you know you have a gem on your hands, cause Wu-Tang is for the kids. This game is every classic arcade goer's dream. Something that keeps the spirit of the original but adding a few quality of life changes and just making everything look and sound so good. TMT fans will be happy, gamers will be happy, I'm happy. It's just greatness all around. Sure, there are some flaws, but I highly recommend everyone pick this game up and encourage your friends to pick it up for 6-player combat to bring the turtle power to your friendship. This game gets 4 turtles out of 5. Charities were defeated by the city's protectors, the Green Guardians of Good, the Web Warriors themselves. That's Spider-Man. The Punk Frogs. Oh, screw you. Oh, come on. So what is Pit Fighter? Also, I'm fighting a dude in sweatpants, so if I lose, I'm gonna be embarrassed. Oh no, he has a knife.
This is me, yours truly.
What do you got there? A knife! No! And I'm dead. So you like Mortal Kombat, right? You like the weird digitized graphics and fighting mechanics, right? Boy, do I have just a game for you, which incidentally came out 2 years before the first Mortal Kombat game decapitated its way into arcades, making it its predecessor. What game, you ask? Well, introducing Pit Fighter! Pit Fighter was released in arcades in 1990 by Atari, which was their first developed fighting game for the studio. A hybrid fighting game / beat 'em up, you control one of 3 playable characters who fight their way through an underground fight tournament where you fight multiple Fight Club rejects until you face the leader of the club, Kane. Or in his jobber persona, the Masked Warrior. For every victory, you get money, which you proudly show off on your forklift to shame the commoners down below you. The graphics were made by utilizing a blue screen and video camera. Various actors were recorded doing the various moves that represented their fighting style and movement. and that footage had its alpha layer behind it removed and was then programmed to become you, your opponents, the various items all across the ground, and even the pesky crowd making up the ring that will interject your fights by hitting you, pushing you, and even providing weapons to you and your opponent, the bastards. Good thing you can beat them up too. But yeah, who are you exactly in this Bloodsport ripoff? Well, you have your choice of Ty, a kickboxer specializing in, kicking, Kato, a black belt in karate, and the Giga Chad, who hails from the land of WWE. You can move in 4 directions in a semi-3D space with a button dedicated to punching, kicking, and jumping. Pressing all 3 buttons will result in a special move that varies depending on your character's speciality. You can pick up crates that are all along the ground and throw them at your opponents, and pick up any weapons that fall out, such as knives, pipes, and even steroids. Okay, well, they aren't exactly steroids. It's called a power pill, make you stronger and take less damage. So it's essentially steroids. You can also get weapons from the crowd all around you, but good luck knowing if they'll willingly give them to you or use them on you. Every stage you go face to face with a new jobber and hey, whoa, I'm getting my ass kicked. Why are these random bums draining my wallet? So yeah, the fighting in this game isn't great, like at all. Half the time your inputs get interrupted by your enemy, and they can get you in a cheap cycle quick as can be, not even letting you up off the ground. Don't let them pick up a weapon either, as they will absolutely demolish you. Yeah, you might start fighting guys like Southside Jim and Mad Miles, but what will you do when Chain Man Eddie comes rolling around, beating the bricks off of you? What about the final boss, the Masked Warrior, who comes rolling up with 2 Chain Man Eddies just to get you to put in more quarters? Yeah, this game is frustrating because it feels quite cheap. Usually when you lose an arcade fighting game, it's your fault, unless you're fighting Shao Kahn or any SNK boss for that matter. But in this game, it doesn't feel like the enemies are the problem, more like your character and the controls themselves are. Single player by itself is pretty basic, but since there are 3 choosable characters, you can bully 2 of your friends to share in the misery with you. With additional players, this game is just as frustrating, but differently so. For one, enemies are added to compensate for the additional players, and friendly fire is also always on, so you are just as likely to hit your teammate as much as your opponent. In addition, every 3 levels you get a bonus challenge game where you fight the other players to score 3 knockdowns for a prize of additional money at no cost of real life money. So it's another good way of increasing tensions between players. If you are playing solo, you instead face your evil doppelganger, much less headache inducing. And at the end, before the final boss, you have to fight your teammates again, but this time, it's permanent. If you lose at this point, you can't get back in, even with additional credits. And you have to watch the bastard who beat you up take out the final boss and win all the glory, while you seethe with envy on the side. Pit Fighter loses its luster very quickly. It might start out as fun, but the game's many problems really take out enjoyment of the game. Especially when it seems like your opponents, friends, and even the game itself is fighting against you to have fun. Might be worth checking out, but don't hurt yourself looking for it. Luckily for you, this game and studio was integrated with Midway, so there's many different compilations available for you to play the arcade version. This game was also ported to many different consoles, including Super Nintendo, so you can... Oh my god, that looks so good! This game gets 1 power pill out of 5. Game over. So what is Mega Man 2?
Tiger puts arcade action in the palm of your hand. Games like Mega Man 2. Fight your way through 8 stages of play as you attempt to defeat the villainous Dr. Wily, his evil dragon, and his 6 deadly robots to win.
If you are a child of the 90s and you've ever fallen for these scams, you may be entitled to compensation. Please call 1-800-I-GOT-GOT or visit us at our website, www.youfuckedup.com for more information.
The second in Capcom's forever mistreated NES mascot, Mega Man 2 was a sequel to the original Mega Man on the NES, which although popular, didn't equate in sales numbers. Director Akira Kitamura had to nag and beg the Capcom higher-ups to give him the go-ahead to create the sequel, which Capcom eventually agreed on the condition that the development team also worked on different projects as well. The team was brought back together again, this time with the deadbeat father being promoted from character designer to being more involved in production. The developmental team put their heads together to try and figure out how to make this game a success. And what they did was solidify a company generational icon. Mega Man 2 was released in 1988 in Japan and 1989 everywhere else in the world for the NES. Though since then, it's been ported to different compilations, mobile devices, or if you really want smoke, the Tiger Electronics version. Keeping the same platform action game premise as the first game, Mega Man 2, instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, expands upon the gameplay loop with improvements and more improvements. Speaking of not trying to reinvent the wheel, Dr. Wily is at it again with the robotic terrorism. This time, however, he's not stealing Dr. Light's toys, instead making his own robot masters designed for mayhem. You know, cause Bubble Man inspires fear in the masses. Anyway, Man Mega is again called to action with the backing of Dr. Light. Instead of the stolen 6 robot masters, Mega Man must prevail across 8 different themed levels, all based on a robot master waiting at the end of the level to kick your ass. Once you beat a robot master, you gain their power, which can give you an advantage over a certain other robot master, which usually made sense in regard to the elements they represent. Or you could just totally destroy Metal Man first and cakewalk through the rest because Metal Blade is overpowered as hell. You then go to Dr. Wily's castle and So that's a bop. Anyway, you go through Dr. Wily's castle, destroying all of Wily's dumb reject bosses, Gutsman with a BBL, and all the previous robot masters again. Then you take on Wily again, blowing up 2 of his ships, which he then jumps out of and turns into an alien. Alright. So what's changed? Well, all of the pickups have been redesigned that look so good, they've been kept for the rest of the series. Also new are the additional special items. After completing every couple of levels, you receive a new part made for assisting you from Dr. Light. From creating platforms to extending bridges, these parts will help you traverse across the platforming levels. What else will help you progress? The new energy tank system. Through the levels, you can find these energy tanks that when activated from the menu completely refill your health. This drastically helps out for the later levels, which are exceedingly cruel. But what if your mom tells you to leave your basement to go help her buy more chicken tendies? Well, Mega Man 2 features the password system, which once you die, will give you a grid pattern that if you replicate it, will start you at the point you left off with all the energy tanks you have collected intact. Or you could just go online and get the password to the end like a dirty, stinking cheater. Mega Man 2 may not look like it's much different from Mega Man 1, but all the life improvements actively contributed to this being the best-selling Mega Man game of all time, and hotly debated as the best Mega Man game ever made. And I can't dispute that, honestly. The music, amazing. Almost every theme from this game is brought up an example of the best on the NES, with Dr. Wily's theme Volume 1 in particular being a standout. Mega Man 1 was cited as being too difficult, so all of these changes made the formula work to launch the Mega Man franchise to launch to the stars. And if that's too difficult, Japan already kept you in mind, as the Japanese normal was changed to the rest of the world difficult. So if you're still having trouble, well, someone may not be good at video games. This game gets 5 Wily failures out of 5.
究極の痛快アクションゲームドッグマン2ドクター・ワイリーの謎
So what is Super Ghouls and Ghosts? Please, stop. I have a time limit, please. Okay, I can do it. He's dead! He's dead! Is that it? Is that it? Please be it. Please be it. Oh no, okay. It's not it. That's not it. He's back. Oh boy. He's not dead. Oh no, I have 6 seconds left. Please, 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 please. I have 1 second left. Please, please, please. Oh. Most franchises who had their first game either in arcades or the NES had a souped up sequel on the Super Nintendo, and the Ghosts and Goblins franchise is no different. For anyone not familiar with the Ghosts and Goblins franchise, here's a brief summary. That is all. Like the Battletoads franchise, Ghosts and Goblins has gained notoriety from being rather difficult, to put it lightly. The game on the NES was legendary for how brutal it can be. So now, what about the Super Nintendo version? Has Capcom made the game a little easier to make it more accessible to the new people to the franchise? Well... Super Ghouls and Ghosts was released in 1991 for the Super Nintendo. It is the third game in the run and gun platformer franchise after the original Ghosts and Goblins and Ghouls and Ghosts, and the first to be released in the 16-bit era. You control Arthur, eternal knight who once again has had his princess, Prin, kidnapped by the devil Asheroth. At this point, you might as well call him Mario, because he's basically Mario. Anyway, you walk from side to side throughout each level, throwing weapons at undead enemies who are coming for blood. If they hit you, you lose your clothes, and must fight in your underwear. Get hit again, and you're dead, and lose a life. Lose all your lives, and you must use one of your limited continues until they are all gone. Then, whoopsie daisy. New to this edition is the double jump, which will save you more often than not as opposed to the previous game, where you are more likely to jump into harm than out of it. You will still probably jump right into a projectile every now and again, but now there's a chance that you won't. Your defense against the undead are these treasure chests that may appear when you trigger certain conditions, such as walking over a certain path or jumping over a certain point in the ground. These treasure chests can contain new weapons in case you aren't feeling the starting lance and maybe want the knife for the crossbow, or even the fire. You don't really want the fire. Another thing that can be found in the chest is new armor, which will give you a hit back if you are naked, or if you already have the starting armor, will upgrade it and will give you an upgraded weapon as well. You still can only take one hit though, so even though you are more powered up, still tread carefully. Or the treasure chest could contain this jerk, who will turn you into different forms that can attack, such as a baby, animal, or anything else that will get shot. But that's not all. If you have the upgraded armor and open the treasure chest, you may be presented with the gold armor. It still breaks in one hit, and you don't get another upgrade to the basic weapon. But if you hold the weapon button and charge it all the way up, voila! Now you get an ultimate move for each weapon, with attacks ranging from a screen-clearing dragon, a double tornado, a limited shield that floats around you, and even a treasure detector. These moves definitely come in handy. From there, the only thing left to find in the chest, besides the different weapons and a magician dick, is an upgraded shield, which will be able to block exactly one hit, but only if you're standing still, or else your clothes are flying right off again. Living up to the series' legacy, Super Ghouls and Ghosts is very difficult. The basic zombies may be easy to take care of, even though the game loves to spawn them in numbers, and right under where you are walking and jumping. But some of the other enemies are relentless. Between the projectile throwing enemies that are super hard to see, the devil enemies that never wanna fucking die, and all the other horrors, it's so easy for you to end up in the nude. And then, really in the nude. Across the 8 levels, 4 of them have checkpoints halfway across the stage, and even then, that won't fully help you. You can go in the options and give yourself more lives, but you can die just as easily, even if you turn the difficulty to easy. You can also change the difficulty to difficult, or even professional if you have a hatred of your own sanity. Sometimes the difficulty can get in the way of having fun, especially when you get hit with cheap deaths. This is doubly compounded due to Ghosts and Goblins tradition of having to play through the game twice to get the official ending, because the first final boss devil you face is a fake. There is no middle finger big enough. But still, you should absolutely give this game a try, even if you have to buff yourself up to the max to progress. The visuals and audio are both great, and the game, overall, is fun. Just don't hurt yourself to complete it, please. This game gets 4 naked Arthurs out of 5. Where's the fucking treasure chest in here? Alright. I don't think they're down there, but... So what is The Adventures of Dr. Franken? Puzzle pieces. So yeah. I didn't expect to get that goal. Okay, am I gonna get it? I don't care. Move, rocks. I'm right there. I'm right there. I'm literally at the exit. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, you know, that English novel that you were forced to read in high school, is ingrained in society at this point. Originally written in 1818, the story was about a scientist creating a monster, rejecting it when it caught the ugly, then obsessively trying to kill it when it came back to claim child support in the form of all the scientist's loved ones. It's a rather dreary story about the extent of science and the efficacy of creating life and the question of even if you can do something, should you? So naturally, there's been hella adaptations that bastardize the entire plot and lesson. Most of you people watching this probably don't even know Frankenstein is the name of the doctor and not the monster. That's how stretched thin the character has been. And in the sea of bastardizations comes this game. The Adventures of Dr. Franken was released in 1993 for the Super Nintendo by Elite Systems. It was also released on the Game Boy in 1992 and had a sequel release for the same system in 1997. Like a lot of games from the era, it's a platformer. Your playable character for this adventure? Frankenstein's monster, or as he's named in this game, Frankie. Frankie isn't like that scary monster at all. He's just a cool dude looking to party. I mean, do you see those glasses? That guy is ready to party. Frankie and his girlfriend, Bitsy, are going on vacation, but uh-oh, Bitsy doesn't have her passport. So instead of pushing back their vacation and going through the long process of getting a passport for her, why not chop her up and stuff the parts in the check-in bag? But uh-oh, Frankie shouldn't have flown Spirit, because they immediately lose the bag and Bitsy's body parts end up spread all over the world. Whoops. Somehow, even though the tone is much lighter, the story is just as gory as the original. Your goal is to go all across the world from Europe to Asia to the USA and beyond and collect all of Bitsy's bits while completing level after level. Each level has 4 collectibles that add up to one of Bitsy's body part, and once you gather all of them, you must head to the exit without getting killed by the many abominations roaming the world. I don't know if Dr. Frankenstein was busy or whatever, but the world has been overrun with all these random monsters that seem to really hate Frankie. You run throughout the level, taking out anything that attacks you while looking for body parts. These body parts could be out in the open, hidden by an enemy, or even appearing out of the literal fucking ground. To combat the various enemies, you have a kick to the left, a kick to the right, and an overhead kick. You also have 2 limited projectiles, one which will stun the enemy in their tracks so you can safely run up to them and punt them, and the other is a Hadouken, which will knock in any enemies off screen. The stunning projectile you can only do 4 times, though they gradually respawn with time, but the Hadouken, you must find the toxic barrel pickups in the level to restock. The enemies themselves can be brutal, with each hit hurting you a good bit, and Frankie himself has a short invincibility window after being damaged, so enemies can butcher your life bar in a short amount of time. Batteries and generator packs are spread throughout levels and dropped by enemies that heal your health, and you'll definitely be needing them. This game is difficult, and not just because of the level structure. You only get a limited amount of lives, and when they're gone, it's game over. No continues, no saving, no password. You lose and must start over from the very beginning. And if you are deep in the map, you can't immediately go back to the level you died at since you must beat the preceding levels beforehand. This can get really frustrating because some of these levels can be real cheap with the hits. It gets even more infuriating for the levels where you need to find a jump power up, which causes you to jump high to reach a body part and is guarded by projectile throwing enemies. One thing the developers do to help you is make some level bonus rounds where there's no enemies and only health pickups, power-ups, points, and extra lives. What backfires with this is, though there are no regular enemies, there are still death pits, which means you can die more on the bonus levels than the regular ones. The levels themselves also often repeat, with the same backgrounds, music, and enemy choices, so they kind of blend together. And while that stuff is endearing when you first see them, the music in particular, seeing them over and over again burns you out quickly. Some levels throw in extra mechanics like activating switches to progress, and cranes to pick up pieces and platforms, but near the end of the game, you'd have been ready to be done hours ago. The game itself is inoffensive, kiddie fun. Yeah, most likely you won't want to play more than a couple hours, and it'll probably be rare if you actually finish it and see the ending, which doesn't have a final boss and ends exactly how you think it is. It's frustrating, and you might rage quit every now and again, but overall, The Adventures of Dr.Franken is a game, alright, lost in the sea of them on the Super Nintendo. This game gets 2 batteries out of 5. Is there gonna be another dog? There's another dog. 3 dogs. Just call me Michael Vick. I guess I deserve that for making that joke. I deserve that. So what is Ballz 3D?
Huh?
So honestly, what in the hell is this game? Well, it's Ballz, but not just Ballz, Ballz 3D. Take a look at this cover and tell me what you think the game is about. I'll give you a quick second. Got it? Did you guess fighting game? Then congrats! You get to play this stinker. Ballz 3D was released in 1994 on the Super Nintendo, the Genesis, and later the 3DO. As said before, this is a fighting game, but not just a fighting game. It was 3D! Well, not exactly. It was a fighting game that mimics 3D by making all of the arenas mimic 3D motion, and your fighters are composed of, well, fresh balls, which made motion a little more fluid and simple, and 2.5D space. This unique look certainly stands out from other fighting games out at the time, which were all, mostly until the next generation of console, 2D. This is the biggest defining factor about this game, cause it certainly isn't the mechanics, music, the characters, or even the fun. Like most fighting games in this era, the only modes available are in an arcade ladder, multiplayer, and an options menu. I'm sorry, what is this music? So yeah, I don't know what the hell they thought this porno soundtrack was going to accomplish, but the only thing it earns is the judgment of anyone you have in the room while you play this. Back on track, you have the pick of the litter of characters, like pink balls, or brown balls, or maybe a humping clown named Boomer. All of these characters look like this with slight stance and color differentiations to distinguish them. And with the minimal amount of sound effects in the game, characters can be hard to identify sometimes. They each have their own grabs and special attacks, but once matches get going, it can be hard to know just what the hell is going on. This isn't helped because the controls work when they want to work. You can tap the buttons to kick, punch, and jump, but it's basically a guessing game if your character will actually do what you want. Special moves work similar to other games with button combinations, like some projectiles and maybe a ground attack or two. The enemies certainly know how to do this, as they will cheap shot you with every chance they get when you are still figuring out how to walk through the level correctly. Adding onto the chaos are taunts, begging, and fatalities. Yes, this game of all games have fatalities. Don't get too excited, they aren't that exciting. Taunts, meanwhile, give your character an attack boost, which can be stacked, so as long as you don't get hit, you can power yourself up to the point of one-hit knockouts. Begging is a move that you can perform at low health, which will heal you slightly but leave you vulnerable, because, you know, you're on your hands and knees screaming mercy or whatever. But what if you just don't like the character you chose, and you don't want to die to sacrifice your limited number of continues, or reset the console to erase your progress through this crap? Well, mid-round, for no reason at all, you can hit a button combination and morph into a different character. I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, fight your way through the arcade mode, fighting every other character with bosses every couple of fights. These bosses include a dinosaur, kangaroo, genie, and ostrich, which, of course, are all made of Ballz. Make it through all of this and you fight the final boss, the Jester, who's a cheating son of a bitch. Beat him and you're done. Nope, wait, you gotta beat him up again. Now you're done. And now you can play as the boss characters now. Yay! This game is bad, and I mean bad. Horrible controls, awful music, and sound effects. Cheap ass AI, and unfair mechanics. Even the billboards in the arena taunt the hell out of you while you play. It's a game, but barely so. Unless every other fighting game disappears off the face of the earth, I recommend skipping this while you still have the balls. This game gets 1 clown out of 5.
Oi.
So what is Sonic Spinball?
This is what it feels like. It's Sonic. It's Pinball. It's new Sonic Spinball. It's faster. Sega Genesis and game cartridge sold separately.
When you think of pinball, what's the first thing you think of? Yes, but no. Yes, but no. Well, why would you say that? Okay. Yes, Space Cadet. Free for anyone who had a Windows PC growing up. This game was super popular because it didn't require the internet or anything extra to play it on Windows 95. What most people don't know is that this was a free trial of a fully released game, Full Tilt Pinball, released in 1995 by the people who made The Sims. In addition to the Space Cadet table, you also got the Skullduggery table and the Dragon's Keep table. No idea if it was worth it for the time, but pinball video games back then weren't a bad waste of an afternoon. From pinball on the NES to all the random pinball machines in your local arcade. Ooh. Well, what's left from your local arcade? Do they even have pinball machines in Chuck E. Cheese nowadays? Anyway, I started this video with this ramble just to lead in to what I think is one of the best and most fun pinball games ever released for a home console. Sonic Spinball was released in 1993 for the Sega Genesis, with further releases on the Game Gear and Master System. Like most video game mascots in the 90s, besides the main game, there were spin-off games that used the likeness in different gameplays, like racing, party games, and the like. This game definitely doesn't fall far from the standard. If you go to any arcade that has any pinball tables, most likely at least one of them is based on an existing property. The difference with this game is instead of playing a standard pinball game with Sonic locations and references, the ball is actually Sonic the Hedgehog, and each pinball level is a Dr. Robotnik mad construction that you must traverse through, collecting emeralds and freeing animals along the way. This game came into reality because in the holiday season of 1993, Sega didn't have a new game ready for the kiddies to beg their parents for, with Sonic the Hedgehog 3 not going to be ready until the next year. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was released in the previous holiday season and boosted sales of the Sega Genesis, so Sega didn't want to miss that sweet, sweet Christmas money. So a new crew and some months later, Sonic Spinball came to be in all its glory. Well, glory without the actual Sonic theme, ironically, because at the last possible second, the team was notified that Sonic Team actually didn't own the iconic Sonic theme, and they would have to gain licensure from the band Dreams Come True immediately before shipping the game out. Instead, a brand new theme had to be composed in just 2 hours. If you don't know the rules of pinball, basically you control 2 flippers and your goal is to score points by hitting bumpers and making sure the ball doesn't fall down the middle between them. Now in this game, since Sonic is the ball, you can control him as normal until he hits the pinball course, even being able to use the spin dash. Now Sonic might be recovering from a recent ACL surgery, cause for being the fastest thing alive, he's very slow running. But in this game, each level has the end goal of collecting all the Chaos Emeralds in the level and defeating each of Eggman's boss creations. To do this, you must bounce Sonic through the level, opening passages, destroying enemies, sending him through specific pathways to advance, and try not to land in something hazardous. Levels are composed of multiple parts, meaning you can launch Sonic through certain pathways and end up on another table. Some tables have certain warps that will take you across the level, and some will troll you and take you back to the beginning. Either or, as long as you don't fall to the bottom, or in lava or eaten, you can still play. Once you do die though, you lose a ball. You only get 3 balls, which is standard in pinball, and once you lose them all, it's game over and back to the beginning of the game. You can only get an extra ball at 20 million points, so better get the bumping back and forth to live. Like said before, in order to progress, you must collect all the Chaos Emeralds in the level, then proceed to the boss area where you face Robotnik in some fucked up contraption. Beat him and you progress to the next level. Well, not before doing a bonus level in between each proper level, where Sonic is actually playing a pinball table, complete with tilt action. Completing it grants you more points, which can go towards those extra balls, and losing it doesn't really do anything. There are 4 levels in this game, and once you're done with that, congrats, you win! I know that sounds brief, but honestly, the game is a lot of fun to get through. Being able to control Sonic while you're bouncing him across the level separates this game from other pinball games, and the large multiple tables encourage a lot of exploration and seeing where everything leads, even if the pinball physics are a little wonky. And honestly, the game is hard, increasingly hard in fact, with the last level being super cruel. And with only 3 balls initially, you better be on your A game if you want to beat it. Highly recommend if you haven't played this game, giving it a try. It's definitely worth your while. And since Sega ports Sonic games to death, this one included, you can find it on pretty much every console, so you too can throw your controller when you inevitably land and kill a Goo accidentally. This game gets 3 emeralds out of 5. Oh yeah, I haven't done anything on this side yet. I got it off on the other side. Ooh, that was close. That would have been... Wow. Wow. So what is Super Mario 64?
Yo, listen up. We will not live in a two-dimensional world. We won't go in one direction or zig where we can zag. We will walk through walls. We will take a look around us. We will not be confined. We believe in the path of least limits.
We won't be told how to view the world.
We will experience true freedom. We will not compromise. We will live the game through our hands. We will be in control of something. We will change the system.
A Mario game? Dre, just go ahead and give this game 5 mushrooms out of 5 or whatever. We know about this game already, and we don't need you to poorly explain it. Well, hold on there, buckaroo, cause I have some thoughts that I want to put into words for this video. Yes, Mario games are the gold standard in terms of series quality. With almost every single game can be thought of the best of its kind. Better yet, this was a launch game with a Nintendo console, which also has high standards, which take advantage of the new features of the new console. Super Mario Bros., Super Mario World, both highly acclaimed games that led Nintendo to dominate the last 2 console periods. Could Super Mario 64 live up to all this history? Could Super Mario 64 marry the warring cousins of 3D and platforming? Well, yes, it could, and it did. It was a smash success and part of the nostalgia for anyone who owned a Nintendo 64. I even see this game on a lot of a best of all times lists. But have you played this game recently? Like really, have you? Because honestly, it doesn't hold up nearly as well as you remember. But before I get into that, let's start from the beginning. Super Mario 64 was released in 1996 on the Nintendo 64 as a pack-in with the console. It was Nintendo's first attempt at a 3D style Mario game after the success of the series on the Super Nintendo. This was a big risk at the time, as converting a primarily 2D series to 3D didn't exactly have the highest rate of success. you were more likely to be a Bubsy 3D than the cool new Crash Bandicoot games. Nintendo itself has experimented with 3D with Star Fox on the Super Nintendo. That was a hit back then, but looks a little rough now. But Nintendo knew they had to hit it out of the park, and on top of that, sell consumers on the brand new Nintendo 64 and the new confusing Trident controller. As opposed to the tight control design of the Super Nintendo, where you got 4 face buttons, a control pad, a start and select button, and 2 top shoulder buttons, the Nintendo 64 instead decides to throw the fucking kitchen sink at you. The 64 said, yeah, we're keeping the 4 face buttons, but we're turning them yellow and making them little, and threw in 2 big colorful buttons to give you 6. Next up, combine the start and select to 1 big ass red button and add in a control stick below that. And just for good measure, go ahead, turn the controller around. Yeah, go ahead, turn it around. Turn it around. Bam! Another button on the back. Now, if you think this is pretty overkill, you would be correct. The Nintendo 64 controller is legendary in its uncomfortableness. There are multiple ways that you can hold the controller, all of which make it difficult to use without practice. But oddly enough, there had to be some type of innovation to make Super Mario 64 work. The addition of the control stick absolutely makes the Super Mario Bros. Formula work for the third dimension. The control pad only worked for the previous games because Mario only walked from left to right. If Nintendo didn't adapt and only used that for this game, it would have bombed hard. As opposed to the 4 directions of the control pad, the control stick allowed Mario to move in 8 directions, with another button dedicated to jump, which allowed semi-smooth movement throughout the 3D space. In all actuality, there are multiple ways to jump in this game. You can standard jump with a button press, double jump with 2 button presses, and you can super jump with 3 button presses. You can also do a backflip jump by using the jump while in a crouching position, which will get you pretty high in spite of jumping with no momentum. You can also sideways jump by jumping the other direction while running, and that will help you as well. Mario can also wall jump by being sure to jump when he hits the wall.
Nope.
When he hits the wall. Okay, good. In standard combat, well, you can jump on most enemies with Mario's greatest weapon, his ass. He can also punch, that you will rarely use, as most enemies will be defeated either by being jumped on or dove into for good measure. Mario can also interact with things in the environment, such as boxes, shells, and even bomb-bombs that can be used to take out anything threatening him. The yellow C buttons are used to control the camera, which will be necessary since this isn't a 2D platformer anymore, and it can be tough to see everything in Mario's eyeshot. Well, this game frames the camera controls as a Lukitu capturing everything with a camera, presumably for some type of propaganda Mario uses to blackmail the Peach royalty. You can even see him sometimes when you walk around the world and in front of mirrors. You would think Mario wouldn't hire a drunk to tape his heroic escapades, but this Lukitu is one of the biggest issues with this game, but that will be explained later. Mario 64 basically has the same plot as most Mario games. Evil Turtle A kidnaps Princess B, and he must be stopped by Italian plumber C. This time, however, Bowser learned the Persona 4 method of captivity by throwing Peach and all of the Toads in the paintings around the castle and transforming them into full-on worlds with their own climates and culture. Mario is invited to the castle with the promise of cake and comes to find the damage. There, he's both informed of the situation by a phantom Toad and taunted by Bowser, and there's your story. You must go throughout the castle into each painting world, finding all the power stars that could be found that would allow you to open up doors to new worlds and new areas of the castle, including finding and beating up the big bad turtle for the castle house keys a total of 3 times. Although there are a total of 120 power stars in the game, with 7 stars in each world, and some stars being found in overworld that are being kept hostage by some terrorist rabbits, you only need 70 to get past the endless staircase to fight Bowser for the final time to save everyone. So what's the motivation to go for 120 stars? Well, you get shit talked by Bowser on his way out, and are able to use a previously unusable cannon at the beginning of the game, which allows you to shoot your way onto the roof, where you find Yoshi! Oh, Yoshi, where have you been all game? I missed you, buddy. Oh. Unlimited lives? I mean, I'm already basically done with the game, but thanks anyway. Can I still ride you? No? Okay. And that's basically it. Congrats. So, let's get into it. In each world, you are basically given a 1-sentence hint for each of the 6 stars that you can choose as you jump into the photos that represent the levels you will be playing on. You get the typical Mario affair: regular world, water world, desert world, lava world, ice world with some tropes being represented more than once. Giant World from Super Mario Bros. 3 makes an appearance in this game, as Tall Small World. And then you have some wild cards thrown in like Tick-Tock Clock and Rainbow Road. The game throws you in the world, and there you go. Do whatever looks fun to you. Sometimes the star you select doesn't give you a chance to do anything else, as you are railroaded into an event. But most of the time, you're just placed in a level and left to your own devices. You can get stars out of order if you can find them without a hint. The tasks to get stars range from just finding them in the world, racing various creatures, helping out a native with a task who just so happens to have them in their pocket or whatever, and oddly enough, collecting coins. Coins are a staple in Mario lore, though this time collecting 100 of the regular coins and all of the red coins in the world will give you a star each. Usually getting 100 regular coins gives you a 1-up, but extra lives can just be found out and about in the world in this game. And for good measure, they'll hone towards you like a guided missile. Okay, so I've been avoiding it long enough. This game is still fun, the worlds are very creative, the soundtrack is amazing, and at the time, it was the best available. Note the words I just said, at the time, because playing Super Mario 64 25 plus years later is tiring. First of all, the game looks like ass, which doesn't say anything special because it was released in the 90s. Everything looked like ass in the newly 3D era, so I'm not gonna hold that against it. Looking like ass combined with the controls, however, throws multiple headaches in your direction. Platforming through the level can be difficult if you can't tell if you can stand on a bit of blurry environment, or if you won't immediately fall off because control stick wobbled a bit to the left and Mario A-Town stomped his way into a pit. And the camera. Oh, the camera. Platforming in 3D space is already a hassle. What makes it worse is the camera not responding to you trying to get into position, or it seems more interested in being close up to a wall. This Lukitu should absolutely be fired with prejudice, or perhaps given the true Mario punishment. A good hard squashing. Coming from the later Mario games back to this one, it will really shell shock you how bad the camera controls are and how much they hinder gameplay. But Dre, you say weakly, you can switch the camera controls to be handled directly behind Mario. You can do this, and lo and behold, the game is now unplayable. So much for that. A few stars require absolute precision, either in cannon fire or jumping. So how mad would you be if you take the time to expertly aim your next jump just for Mario to call an audible and try and tackle air? This gets even worse when flying, in which the flying controls are absolutely awful. The wing cap is one of 3 unlockable hats which allows Mario to fly, but instead of a soaring eagle, Mario becomes a dodo plane. And if you ever tried to fly the dodo plane in GTA 3, you realize how awful it is. Continuously having to ride the current to propel yourself upwards is a hassle, let alone having to precisely fly through rings or pick up coins and stars, and having to navigate thin platforms or walk on ice or on lava and try not to throw the controller through the TV. Ah! I hope you understand. I'm not mad at Mario 64, I've just been tainted by how good the sequels are and how prehistoric this game feels coming back to it years later. Maybe if you asked younger Dre, he would give this game a 5 out of 5, but yeah, not anymore. It's still worth playing as a bastion of historical relevance, but get ready for your reality to not hold up to those precious youthful memories. This game gets 3 caps out of 5. But at least, you can still bully Mario on the cover screen.